Happy Friday, all. Hello. Welcome in. How is everybody doing? Oh, hello. Hey, how are you? Ginger Snap. What's up, Crow? Hi, Sparkle. Hi, friends. Good to see you. Straight Gem, welcome in. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Do I know what time the update is going to happen on Tuesday? I don't know if they actually put out a time yet. I don't think they've officially released a time yet. One last question. Absolutely. Bum, 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 bum. Okay. Yeah, Mayor. We can start with that and see how it goes. If we don't need that long, then we can always make the time shorter. Yeah. We are doing some ghost gambling today. People keep asking about it. And I think right now would probably be a good time because we're already past level 100. So I figure, you know, why not? Thank you for the follow. So Zane, biggest tip for Phasmophobia? Biggest tip for Phasmophobia would probably be always know how to get out, know how to escape, how to get away from the ghost. That means knowing where hiding spots are. Because if you can't get away from the ghost, you can't hide, you can't live, you're not going to make money. Oh my goodness gracious. Yo, thank you for the prime. Appreciate it, dude. Hide in the truck. I mean, listen, we're all going to be releasing advice to our own experiences, right? Some that advice would tell you to go to the truck. That or don't panic. That's also true. The classic, if I can't see the ghost can't seizes me. I don't know if that's going to fly. I feel like it is going to see you. Love the TikToks. Thanks, dude. Appreciate it. Counting down the days to the 24-hour. It's coming. It's a coming. What's up, Blue? Tired Pamster. Good to see you. What's up, Knox? Grizzly. What's up, Rami? Favorite piece of equipment? Dots are probably up there. I really like the dots mechanic. So close to the goal. I know, dude. We're getting there. We're getting there. It's the 21st. We still got like 10 days. Yeah. Running from the bed to the closet. It was, like I said, it was fun. It was good. What is ghost gambling? It is when you use your channel points to predict if you think it's going to be the ghost or not. And we'll explain it as we go. So I have a wheel. I've got a prediction page. We've got the whole nine. If you guys have been in InSim stream, InSim has done this a lot. We do it once in a while. New glasses? Nope. Same ones. Same ones. Yes, Astrock. Yes, we are. Thank you, Fire. How do you get channel points? Lots of ways. You get it by following the stream, by watching the stream, there's a little like chest that pops up every now and then for extra channel points. You can click on that. If you're subscribed, you get channel points at an accelerated rate, which is like, it's not a ton. I don't know if it's like 2 times or 1.5, 1.2. I don't know. It's accelerated though. If you're sub to somebody, you're going to notice your channel points go up a lot more. But yeah, just if you're following and watching the stream, you're getting channel points. So even if you're lurking, it doesn't matter. You're still getting channel points. 1.2 for tier 1. Does it go up for higher tiers? Do you get more channel points for like tier 2, tier 3? Can I not play a burp right now? You should be able to. I don't have it turned off or anything. Yeah. Gamer Wolf, hello. Yes? Oh, interesting. Okay. I don't know if I ever noticed that. Because I'm higher tier to a couple people, but I guess I just never looked to see what the multiplier was. Tier 3 is 1.5 or 2 times. Okay. I got you. My eye hurts and I don't know why. I don't know what's going on. It's because I was staring at the sun. Oh my gosh. First stream watch channel, like the content. Also helpful guides on YouTube shorts to figure out the certain ghosts. Hey, appreciate you, Icicle. I'm doing swell, friend. I'm doing swell. All right. Hi, Fancy. How are you? What's up, Mill? Where's a creepy little tier 3 to confirm? Wonder where my eye... Could be anything. Dust. Staring directly at the sun. It's probably not advised. Here, I'll turn down the music a little bit. All right, let me open up Phasmo and let's get cracking, man. Let's get going. Miles! Thank you for the bits, dude. Appreciate you. Thank you. Imagine you die immediately in the first run. No, I don't like that attitude. I don't like it. Prime Wolf, thank you for the Prime for 3 months. It's not a good attitude. I don't like it. Get it out. Oliver, are you writing a term paper? Do I need to like get ready for the interview? There we go.
Welcome back.
Play with viewers. No. If we reach the monthly, then we will play with viewers during the 24-hour. If we reach it after the 24-hour stream, that's totally fine too. We'll just play it another day. It's no worries. It's no biggie smalls. Hey, gaming. Ever thought about asking your eye not to hurt? Wow. You're full of such information. I should listen to you more often. Okay. Let's see. Zerby, thank you for the follow. Appreciate you. Okay. Get whatever this is out of my eyeball, and then we can get cracking. Okay. Today we're going to be doing ghost gambling, and we're going to be doing it on Insanity. I think Insanity is going to be the way to go, because we can do our initial spin, and then if we get evidence and it can't be that ghost, we can do another spin. So the way you're going to be doing it is with channel points. Can we possibly, if I have a mod, if Mare is available or whoever is available to do a prediction, to just do a test one so people can see? Blood Raven, thank you for the subs. Phoenix, listen, dude. Dude, I gotta like put water on my eyes or something. Jesus Christ. I don't know what's going on. I don't know what's happening. They're falling out of my face. You know what I mean? I'm never gonna listen. I'm never gonna have expectations. Also, yeah, Gem, I will be. Thank you. There you guys go. You can see it right now. You can use whatever channel points you want. They're going to be refunded back to you. You're not going to lose anything. But here, I can give you an example of what it's going to look like on my end, so we know what we're going to see. Paranormal, thank you for the 1 year. Thank you for the 12 months, dude. So this is what the prediction is going to look like. Will the ghost be a whatever ghost we spin? You guys vote if you think it will be that ghost. If you don't think it'll be that ghost, shit, even in the test prediction, you guys are saying no. And then we can see who is actually gambling their points away. So this is how we see who really has all the monies. Who's got the money? Will the ghost be a demon? 64%. You guys were 5 off. Sag. But yeah, should be good. Should be good. Ms. V, what's up, dude? It's obviously a demon. Well, it depends if Chiba's here. If Chiba's here, then yes, it's a demon. If he's not here, I'm not sure. Okay. All right, so if we could please refund those points, that would be lovely. How's you, friend? I'm good. I'm about to go put water on my eyeballs. Thank you, Mayor. What if Kill's here? Oh, yeah, if Kill's here, yeah, it might be a demon as well. That's true. My country, they disabled it because of game. I know that, which when there's no monetary value, I don't know, man. That's weird. It's weird. I'm sorry. You could still like, you could say yes or no in the chat when it comes. No, there's Kill. We knew it. I'm a potato. Thank you for the bitties. All right, let's go to insanity. Insanity. Ooh, you know what I might do? I might do a custom insanity tonight. So we have our cursed possession still. Interesting. Time to win some channel points. I can't tell you the last time we had a believer win. It's been quite a long time. Custom. I think so. I think it's the way to go, man. Do viewers block items? No. Hey, I didn't say anything. How dare you? All right. Insanity. Contract. Go down here. Give ourselves a cursed. We're not really worried about the actual money and XP we're going to gain because we are level 100. We're not worried about it at all. All right. Let me get Kraken elsewhere and then we'll be ready to go. But where do we want to go? First map. I'm beginning to think you haven't seen my Steam gift to you. What? Kill, where would I see this? What? What? I don't have anything popped up on Steam. You know I don't check messages. Nobody makes me feel my drink, whatever he said. Random, please. High school? Blech. What? Where the hell do I go to see it? Do I have to check my email? I don't know where it shows email. Okay, I'll have to check email in a little bit, Kill. I don't, all right. Yeah, I'll double check. I don't see anything pop up here. Maybe notifications? Can I zoom in on this? I'll do this. I'm doing this because I want you guys to see what I see. Kill gifted me a game called Please Leave Me Alone. I Need to Poop. You like poop games, don't you? Part visual novel, part WarioWare inspired minigame collection. Please Leave Me Alone. I Need to Poop is a modern workplace comedy that you can beat within a short session in your office bathroom stall. Multiple stories, multiple minigames, and multiple endings provide replayability. Thank you, Kill. Thank you, Kill. Don't you? I'm not Chiba. Chiba is the poo player. That's Cheebs. Son of a bitch. All right. Any Hoosiers and whatnots. Queen Salem. Hello, friendo. Thank you for the 14 months. Hi, Queen. How are you? Guys, follow my amazing teammates. Ms. Queen, Mr. Kill. Aspen. Thank you for the 16 months. Moving on. Anywho. We're going to pretend like nothing happened. Hey, Delphine, I'm good. How are you? We're just getting started everywhere so that way we can get cracking with our ghost gambles. With our ghost gambles. All right. I think that's rocking. Okay. Ba-da-bop, ba-da-bop. Okay. Ready to go. Nuka Dave. Custom Insanity Poggies. Hi, Mr. Dave. There's a madman. Mr. Dave, how have the games been going, brother? How have they been going? All right, I think we're ready. I think we are ready. Doing good. Awesome, awesome. There you go. Yeah, if you do exclamation point gamble, it'll show you what... It'll show you a little description of what's happening if you're a little confused as to what it is. Look, the emote's gigantic. You can only read it because of how gigantic its gigantic size is. That's right. Thanks again for the big brain help yesterday. Completely misunderstood how the Unreal... Dude, absolutely. Yeah. Absolutely. I totally understand, dude. Ghosties and misconceptions, people saying that ghosties are certain ways. It can be tough, dude. It can be tough. Can we do Willow? But you said Edgefield. So see, now I'm confuzzled. Elizabeth, what's up? Echo, Colton, Noah, Darth. Aya, how are you? What's up, homies? Cinnamon? What, no live message? What do you mean no live message? What do you mean no live message? What are you talking about? You mean a live message that looks like that? I had it prepped. I just never hit send. Oh God, that scared me a little bit. that made me jump a little bit. Do some school. Get out of here. Get out of here. What up, Heather? Connie, good to see you. All right. Welcome in, friends. Raising the roof. Hello. We are going to start today on Tangle. Classic Tangle. We are doing Insanity Ghost Gambling. Now it says custom because we do Insanity with a cursed possession. Without a cursed possession, boring. Stinks. PU. So we do Insanity with one. So even though it says custom, that's all that it means. Okay. We're going to spin a wheel. The wheel's going to show a ghost. You need to decide if you think it's going to be that ghost or not. And you're going to use your channel points to predict. So let's decide on a ghosty first, and then we'll go into the map. And while the prediction is going, I'll get set up. How about that? All right. Our first ghost. Oh, look, it's our old buddy, the Ure. So do you guys think the ghost will be a Ure? So I need you guys to use your channel points. Use your channel points and predict. The prediction is live now. 100%. I mean, listen, to be clear, I don't want to sway your decision making or anything, but my most deaths / most common ghost is this ghost. Just saying. I'm just throwing that out there. Take it or leave it. You do with it what you will. Okay. Let's take a look and see what our predictions are right now. So currently, I might adjust the screen so we can see past the chat, because with the chat up here, it might be a little bit stinky. We'll see. I don't know, man. 1 million on red. It's gonna be Mimic. I don't know. I don't know. You guys have some time. You see this purple bar right here? That means the vote's happening. Yeah. You actually understand Phasmophobia? Oh, I appreciate that, dude. 1 million on red. You voted yes? Well, let's see. We have 13% saying yes, it will be a Ure. 87% are saying no. So I don't know. I feel like this one is not going to be as heavy. No, it's literally what it is, Bubba. Not basically. No, it's literally what it is. Okay. Do I want to adjust this so we see it better? Like, maybe do like this or something so that way it doesn't, it's like beside the chat. Like this. All in or no? I don't know, man. I don't know. Do you think it'd be an interesting game mode if you could play the ghosts and your friends had it? No. No, I don't think it would be good at all. What if it's a myling? Then it'll be a myling. Okay. 87% are saying no, this will not be a URA. 13% are saying yes. Here's some of our believers. Here's our naysayers. We don't know how to feel about our naysayers. We're very, very unsure about them. But let's get into the map and figure it out. Let's go figure it out. Okay. Let's see. There's other horror games that let you hug. Exactly. Yeah, I think if... All right, well, I guess we're using that. I totally forgot that we put this on because we were just showing something. And I totally forgot to take it off. That's okay. All right, Insanity. Let's go. I thought I just heard something, but the ghost can't be active right now. I think all on no, because I don't have anything else to spend my points on. Fair play. Fair play. Ghosty. Gotta hand it to you. I don't like you if you're Ure. Already hallucinating? Maybe. Ghosty. We have a mirror. Oh, closet. What a turd. All right. Could be hallway. Can't you play as Jason Friday 13th? Yes, but that game's going to shut down, though, unfortunately. Unfortunato. Hello, Mr. Chinggis. All right, let's... Oh, gross. It's a child. Can I still check my temps? Okay. Oh, yeah. 10 degrees. 12. I'm just saying. 13. We have hiding in there, by the way. Yeah. I'm very interested to see what they do with the thermos in the update. We don't know if they're going to change them or not. I know you guys can't see it. I'm going to read it out to you so you know what the temps are when I get lower. I know it's behind my camera. Usually the other one's fine, but this one's a pain in the ass. When's the update? The update comes out publicly on Tuesday, but I'll have it a day early for early access for Kinetic partners. So I'll have it on Monday. Yeah. Okay. Was Friday the 13th decent? I loved Friday the 13th. Friday the 13th was so good. Was so good. Big map. Big update. We have a new map coming. If you've heard nothing, click on that Steam link that Mayor just posted. If you do exclamation point update, that explains everything. Yeah. All right. Let's do this guy. Let's do this. And we're going to take one of these to play a little bit safe. Take one of those. We have no evidence as of right now. Never got to play. It's so good. What evidence is a Ure? So if we look at the Ure, we will see that it is orbs, freezing, or dots. Orbs, freezing, or dots. Is map big or small? We don't know. Yeah, you have to click on that link. If it's not inside of that Steam link, then I haven't been told. I hate it here. Oh, it was that. Oh, okay. I hate it here so much. This. Let's go get more stuff. Insanity is one evidence? Yes. Yes, it is one. Roanoke, what's up? Roanoke, sorry. Alana! Uh-oh, Stinky. Hi, friend. What are you doing, dude? Excited? Yeah. Yeah, I'm excited too. All right, let's do that guy. Do one of those. One of those. With one of those. Angel! Thank you so much for the prime, dude. I don't think we have phalanges because I think it touched this door. And I need you to walk more than that, please. That's okay. That was rude. It stepped into this, never kept walking. Stepped in that, never kept walking. Where are you? Are you near? Are you close? Are you angry? Where are you? Are you near? Are you close? Are you angry? Are you ugly? Where's your mama? We know you're a little kid. Should be asleep, you little shit. Okay. Which Nanor did you touch? I don't know if it matters, really. No. No. No TV after midnight. All right, Ghost. Don't you dare. Don't you dare do things. I'm not getting any evidence right now, and I'm gonna do this because if it's this, I'm gonna be very sad. I'm gonna be very, very sad. We'll sit here and watch like this for a second. Can I ask what you call the naked ghost guy? Oh, yeah. We call him Beef Jerky Man. Yep. He's Beef Jerky Man. The kid I call Toothy McToothface. And then there's Raggedy Rhonda, Pajama Pam. Thinking Goryo, maybe. I'm not getting any other evidence. Hey, Matt. Thank you, dude. Be amazing if it shut the door. Dude, that would be crazy. If it was a Yurei and it did the ability right here in our face, that would be so classic. Yeah, Ellie. Yeah, I did everything so far. I checked for orbs. I checked for footprints, fingerprints. We have the ghostwriting book. We tried Spirit Box. We're trying dots. You name it. You name it, we've tried it. Hi, Coach. 31 months. Sweet baby Jesus. Oh, my God. What's my least favorite? The one that we're hoping this ghost is. Do I win points if I get it right? Yes. I don't know what kind of points, but something. All right, let me go get a crucifix just to be safe. Just to be safe. What else do we need? Firelight. Let's go ahead and get that. Only making content. Probably, I don't know, like 4 years? 3 or 4, if I had to guess. Just spitballing. But it's not my full-time job or anything. I've never been a full-time creator. Where are you? Are you near? Bro, listen. Where was that? You son of a bitch. What do I do for work? I'm a cinematographer and video editor. Oh, it's a gamer. Where are you? Are you near? What the fuck? North! Thank you for the 7 months. Ghosty, where are you? Are you here? Are you close? Are you near? Are you far? Where the Where are you? 6.9. Nice. You can't see that, but I can. Here. Might be a little might be a little tough to see. All right. This ghost is not giving us diddly. Still no phalanges. That's a negative. Let's check for orbs now. Maybe now that it moved, maybe all of a sudden we'll see orbs in here. I didn't have my crucifix out. I wasn't expecting it to hunt like that. Gigglebox, thank you. Thank you, Faith. What a jerk hole. Alright, let's run. Eh. Okay. Why did you hunt? Is my sanity really that low? I mean, maybe it is. Go! Alright, now listen though. Let's go out here for a sec. So, what do we know? That was a normal speed ghost. I think the odds of me aging this thing to be a Thay are low. So we'll go ahead and cancel that out. Skira, how are you? What's up, friend? Oh, right in front of my face, I know. Not a Revi. I don't think it's a Hantu. It can't be an Obake. We have orbs, so I mean it can't be, unless it's mimicking something. We would get more evidence, but I don't think we did. I believe it was near electronics. I didn't hear it speed up. And that leaves Onryo, Yokai, Yurei, Mare, and Banshee. Lots of possibilities here. Okay, that is on. That means it can't be a mare. Okay. Mares cannot do that, and we did not do that. So, that's good. That's good. One step closer. I know. Look what we're down to. We have 4 ghosties left, and one of them is the ghost that we spun for. Imagine if it shuts this door now. Lots of possibilities, but it's a he believes. Dave believes. I don't know. I'm not certain yet. All right. This thing hunted. It felt like it hunted early, but I mean, we don't have any earlies here. Yo, I didn't count down. Oh, sorry. All right, hold on. Let me try again. Ready? 4, 3, 2, 1. You would have absolutely shit if I got that. Okay. Onryo test? Yeah, we could. We could. What up, Kai? We definitely want a smudge, that's for sure. And then maybe another lantern. There's no ghost in this house. Make sure we touch all the doors. I don't know if the Yurei does it to the closet doors. I don't think it does. I could be crazy here. Oh, there's hiding here? Oh, shit. I'm gonna go get another lantern. Might be very stinky Yurei. This is absolutely true. Yeah, I mean, I could do a Banshee test. I could go away from the ghost. We could do a Yokai test when we have it hunt again. Crouch zoomies, that's right. Thank you, Chelsea. All right, we're coming in hot. By the way, you can light a firelight with another firelight. I don't know if you were aware of that or not. I'm going to turn you off because you're not necessary anymore. We have orbs. We have orbs. What's up, Monster? How's the game look so good? It's normal. I don't have any crazy settings. They're normal settings. Hey. Now, if you use... Hey. If you use your lighter, you can actually use it as a firelight. You look like a cinematographer, though. I know. I wear all black all the time. I legit do. They're like, we need shirts. I'm like, I'm good. Isn't the Yurei your most... Yeah, it's my most common. This is correct. Do a Yurei slam. Come on, do it. Make the first hunt be the one. Can you imagine? Can you imagine? Black's the best. I love it. I love it. DPB, thank you for the follow. It touched so many doors without slamming. Now, that does not mean it's not a Yurei. That's for sure. Emo flash? I'm cool with that. That's what I should do. I should get an emo flash emote. Have swoopy hair going, like the hat with the swoopy hair going all the way across. Okay. It's not hunting, and these are, I feel like it's an Onryo. I think it'd be really good. Chelsea. Thank you, friendo. Ashley, how are you? Look at this. Now, Dave learned not too long ago. Okay. Shut up. Jesus. Get out of my room, Bob. Look. Dave learned not too long ago about the Onryo and its ability. Get in bed, you little crap. Well, that's unnecessary. It doesn't want to. No, it's running away now. So the Onryo, when it blows... Jesus Christ! Oh my God. I knew that that wasn't anything, but God, it was loud. Chelsea, think... Dude, this thing is wild. Hugs. It wants uppies. Hey, you want uppies? I'm staying like this, though, to keep lighting the firelights. Uppies? What's your name? Kim. Kim Manson, do you want uppies? You're not related to anybody, are you? Name sounds familiar. And you do seem very angry. Hello? You want to play games? What? There's a crucifix right out there. This little shit. Alright. So that basically takes away our yokai. I mean, I'm really, like, it was not hunting. And it, for some reason, hunted over here, which this did not hit. Which, okay, sure. Whatever you say, Hoss. It wants its screen time back. No, it was bad. Chelsea, thank you so much, Omi. Do we have new things in the upcoming update? Yes, we do. We know for sure that we have a new map, and I believe a lot of fixes. A lot of fixes. Yeah. Don't think it's a yokai. No. No, we could do a official Banshee test. I guess you could say official. I mean, really what I could do... It keeps blowing... It literally just keeps blowing it out, blowing it out, blowing it out. This is going to be an Onryo, guys. It's really hard for me to believe it's going to be anything else. The tower card's getting fixed. They're not actually broken. As much as we don't want to believe that, they're not actually broken. Hi, Roxy. Technically speaking. Hey, where you at? I've been duped. No, no. I mean, to be fair to everybody. Is that in there? To be fair to everybody. Yeah, it is. You little shit. Hi, Rafa. We were never actually told that the tower card initial interaction was removed. What's the speed? Speed of the ghost? Normal. Roadkill. Hello, friendo. Hey, stop it. All right, up his camera. What's up, Ellie? Mother. Curse object is the mirror. You tell him. That's right. Little shit. I'm gonna steal your hat. It's mine anyway. See it? It's mine. Where's that Chiba's hat? I don't remember. Really feel it's gonna be an Onryo, dude. Is it just the map or any new equipment? It's not gonna be any new equipment. If you read the notes from the Steam link for the update. Yeah, I didn't like that light anyway. Piece of trash. Listen. They say that when it literally blew it out the second I lit it. They say that the Ascension equipment is going to get some balancing. Who says he can't wear two hats? I know, look, it's right here. I'll take it. Here, give me it. It's mine. Wait. Wait. I thought you could pick this up. Excuse me. Is it because the ghost threw it? Oh, you little shit. Hey. You jerk. Hold on. While we're here. Y'all yeet. I'm a little confused right now. Oh, no. Never mind. Sitting there thinking the lights are on and just throwing shit. I've lost it. Lost the plot. There's 3 blowouts and not a hunt, not an Onryo. That's not how Onryos work. Not if you've lit a 4th firelight. Here, let's do this. We'll light that. It'll blow that one out, and then it'll eat the crucifix, okay? Watch. Blow that one out. Ready? Nom nom time. Go ahead. We'll wait. And num nums. There we go. All the objectives. Where was the bone, by the way? Was the bone in the kitchen? Right there? Yeah, got it. All right. Gross. I know. I agree. Didn't get the Twitch noti. Oh, it happens, dude. It happens. All right, we're going on, Rio. We don't know for sure yet, but we're gonna go find out. Watch it be a Yurei in some godly reason. I don't think so, but
Welcome back.
nope. The naysayers take it. It was an Onryo. It was not a Yurei. We got kind of close though, dude. We got kind of close. So GG's for all of those that said no. GG's for everybody that said no. There we go. Points won 343K. There's our payout. There's the payout. Obviously going to be a little bit less of a payout than if you were on the other side. Yeah. Real nail biter. I know. It's a weird way to spell Yurei. Craig, thank you for 6 months at tier 1. Thank you for the sub. Appreciate you, dude. Okay. All right, where are we going next? Actually, here, let's spin for Ghosty first, and then we'll decide. Let's spin for Ghosty, and then we'll decide. Oh no. I might have to figure this out. Hold on. The wheel looks stupid like this. Well, oh, maybe there. Hold on. Let me go to this screen. Does that still work for this screen? Yeah, that's fine. Yeah, that's fine. That's fine. All right. Let's see what it's going to be. Jameson, thank you for the 5 months. Twins. Is it going to be twins, Basil? Thank you for starting the prediction. The prediction is live. You guys have 2 minutes. Use your points. The points are bottom left. If you have no idea what I'm talking about, look at the bottom left of your chat on the purple app. Yeah. If you don't have any channel points, if you're not following, that would be why. When you're following, you start getting channel points literally by just watching. Double trouble? It might be. It might be. This one we're going to do at Grafton. Going all in? I like to hear it. I like to hear it. Oh, let me change my thermometer. Okay. Now we can go. Let's do it. You believe? You a believer? I went all in on no this time.
We've arrived. Check the equipment and
boy.
get set up before investigating.
Oh boy.
The ghost here seems to be linked to a cursed object. Go and take a
All right, what's
closer
chat?
look.
What is chat saying?
Help your investigation.
What is chat saying right now? Right now, we have 92% are saying no. This will not be twins. 8% saying yes. Basically 90% does not think this will be twins. Remember, this is insanity, so we are only going to get one piece of evidence. Only going to get one. When all every time to get more and more. I got you. I mean, that's the point. That's the point. And then one time when you go all in and it's actually the ghost, you lose everything. Lose it all. Gotta hedge my bets. Jade, thank you for the 20 months. 4 months away from 2 years. Oh my Lanta. Twins, what do we have? EMF 5, freezing, and spirit box. Almost 100K. Jeez, dude. So are you hosting a Gamblers Anonymous after this? I guess we could do that instead of lethal. Just go to the casino. I'm too broke. Oh no. All right. 91%. 91% say no. 9% say yes. Look at all these brave beans. Look at all these brave beans. Look at them. Look at them. All right. Let's go. So, friendly reminder for twins. For twins, we are looking for EMF, spirit box, or freezing temps. Okay? First thing we're going to do is we're going to go find Ghosty Shorts, John Alexander, and go from there. Excited for Monday? Oh, very. Very, very, very. It's going to be a lot of fun checking out the new map and stuff. Okay. Now, we do have a cursed possession in this insanity because it's custom. Guessing a Thay? Okay. Oh, no. Bud! Not hearing any activity from Ghosty. Twins is your most common? Dude, I wish. Still going 6 a.m. on Monday? Yeah, I might actually go sooner. Because we'll probably get the patch notes. I could always record some patch note stuff offline. And then we could look at it again when we go live. So yeah, still around that time-ish. Okay, we have hiding back here. Why are the bones in the kitchen every time? I didn't do that. Are you legit in the foyer? Look at the temps. Look at the temps. All right, let's turn this off. Well, luckily we did not have Mayor. Oh yeah, I see my breath. Luckily we didn't have Mayor because it can't be one. What up, Jack? Ogami, welcome in. You always get twins in Grafton? Well, that'd be pretty sick if we got them now. That'd be pretty sick. All right, what did we say for twins? We said EMF, spirit box, and freezing. So we have freezing in there and EMF. So let's get spirit box, get that guy, and let's get one of these guys just in case. Does twins have forced evidence? No. Where am I from? The East Coast. Calling a Hantu. Palty? Hey, Cassie. What's up, T? How are you, friends? All right, let's turn the lights off. Look for orbicals, which I do not see. Okay, that's actually a good sign. Tis a good thing. It's hovering around 2 or 3 degrees. We'll leave it. See what happens. Is this on? Yeah. All right, let's try spirit box. Where are you? Are you near? Are you far? Are you close? Are you angry? Are you near? Where are you? You're not doing much. Where you at, homie? When was the last time you guessed the wrong ghost? Probably not that long ago. Sometimes the ghosties do really, really weird things and really throws us off. Yeah. Where are you? Okay. What type of ghost is the ghost that spams? That could be any ghost. It's just an interaction. So it could be a Thay. Oh, I'm so sore. Yeah. You prestige 9 levels? Nice, dude. Put a book down. Let's put our ceiling. Jesus Christ! You loud son of a bitch! Scared the piss out of me, and you turned my freaking lights off! You're a really angry twin. Anyway, I was gonna put the dots here, because then we don't have to listen to them. See that right there? Nice. Got a mouth breather! Holy hell, man. Mrs. Spars, welcome in. Thank you for the follow. Here, I appreciate it, dude. Zanny. Oh, Iron Man, welcome in, guys. How are we doing? Not prestiging until Tuesday. Yeah, oh, yeah. I'm not prestiging yet. I'll prestige next week. Chelsea, you believe this piece of crap? Did you see dots? Did you? Oh, it tossed the book. All right. Well, it's not going to provide us that. One degree. No freezies. Should I wait to prestige? I would. Oh, you saw. Oh, the book toss. It made you. I got you. Yeah, if it happens fast and you're like not looking directly at it, yeah, I get it. Yeah, I would wait to prestige because you want to go into the new map with max everything. So yeah. Game glitched and automatically prestiged. Oh no. I don't know if there's anything they can do about that. Okay, it's not showing us anything. Oh, don't you dare. Don't do it. We'll watch like this for a second. No. I haven't heard of anything about getting automatically prestiged. I have not heard of that before, but it could happen. Who knows with bugs? Headed to bed. Good luck. Thank you so much, Dave. I appreciate you, homie. Dave, when do you stream next? When is the next map? When this one is over? You smelly pirate hooker. Thank you for the 2 months. Their name is Pirate Hooker. I want to be very clear. All right, I've not seen anything, guys. Let's go get more stuff. Sunday. Hell yeah. Back at it. Back at it. I don't remember. Did you have any successful maps on the last run? I mean, at the end of your last stream? We have Firelight and Chrissy. Well, we can give Firelight. Let's do this, and then we'll do this. I need to track where this prick is. Watch it be a shame. Can barely be professional. Yeah, but how many hours do you have in the game, though? What What do you call a flat emote? I hate you. Oh my god. Thank you for the bits. What? Is it stuck? Are you stuck, Step Ghost? What are you doing? Jenny, thank you for the 13 months. You have 100 hours in the game? Yeah, I mean, the more you play, the better you're going to get, dude. It's just inevitable at that point. Yeah, professional at some point is going to feel like a lot easier. Where are you? Are you near? Hey, through the book again. Where are you? Are you near? Are you close? Are you angry? Where are you? Are you near? Where are you? Are you close? Are you near? Hey! Ended 412. Got you. Did we do an official check for phalanges? Nightmare's starting to feel easy. Good. Good. That just means how much better you're getting. I like it. I like it. Not yet. I don't think we did. I really don't. I think we were going to and then did not. All right. Guys, I have ads that are about to happen, but you're not going to miss much. I'm going to let them. I didn't close this door. What are the odds that like it evented as I was walking out and we didn't notice? It was the wind, right? Miss Ball doesn't shut the door. But also, here's an issue. Orbs freezing dots, I don't have. Let's do this. Does hear a window? No freezing. Do I know the player Bearded Baron? No, I don't know who that is. I bet he's stinky. I bet I love him. Dude, our sanity drops fast. Do I just not realize this or something? Windows don't make noise, silly. But that guy does. You smelly pot. Wait a minute. No. No way. No shot. No way. Where did it start hunting from? It started hunting from like the front door. Where are they? Where the hell are they? Where's the orb? So, us getting those glowing footprints, ultraviolet, you know what that means? That means it can't be a Ure. I'm really confused. Is this a mimic and we have hidden orbs? I'm very much so confuzzled. Yeah, I played the piano. I heard it. Meaning it's in this area somewhere, but where the French toast are the orbs? Maybe it did an event. That's the only thing I could think, Lady Ravenous. That's the only thing I could think. Is that it actually did an event and it's not a mimic. It's like sad violin music right there. Okay. Have ads I missed anything? No. I waited outside for you guys. I wait outside. All right. What do we have left? Mimic, Obake, Gore. Okay. We have a lot of ghosties left. So what we're going to do is I'm going to adjust the wheel. Let me see. Hold on. I'm going to adjust the wheel. We're going to spin again. Well, because it literally, it can't be twins. It can't be twins. So there's a payout. You think it's an Obake? I don't know, man. I don't know. Let me do this. Let's do... this. Hold on, I'm just trying to see. Oh, thank you, Mayor. Close your eyes. Close my eyes. What? You won't be scared. Why is this forever loading? Please hurry. Hold on. Sorry. Sorry. Here, we'll do this for now. While I try to figure out why this website is forever loading. You're scared of hunts? I mean, that's okay. Ghost gambling 2. There we go. All right. So now the issue is being able to adjust the names. Man, this is a pain in my ass. Hold on. We need a better way of doing this so I can adjust this and still have this size. So let's go to share screen. So if we do that, I need this to be seen. And the issue right now is with that, chat's in the top left. I just don't want to move the chat over. That's all. The wheel is being the pain in the ass because if I do this and adjust the size, it doesn't do anything to the wheel. That's the issue. That's the issue. Should have it saved for each evidence. Oh, I could. Yeah, I definitely could. Definitely could. See ya, Cheetah. Have a good one, dude. What if I do this? It's literally nothing. See what I mean? We want it to be like this. Mimics are sneaky. The only way I could do that would be 2 windows. Fine, I'll do it now. Jeez. They're yelling at me. Stop yelling at me. I'm sensitive. Okay. They know I'll forget if I don't do it now. All right. The only issue is this. The second I do this, that wheel becomes teeny. It becomes teeny. Unless we do it like this. I think that's good enough. It's not centered. Who gives a shit? I don't think it really matters that far. I think it's fine. I think it's fine too. All right. What ghosties do we have left? We have Banshee, Phantom. We have Banshee, Phantom, Ulti, Jin. Shit. I'm making this very difficult on myself. Here, we'll do this. All right. No spirits. We have Jin, no mare. Really, I think the easiest thing is going to be just to do it fresh. Banshee. Jin. There's a lot on this one. Onto Myling. Oh, box snake. Mimic. Goryo. Which I know we can cancel one of those. I'll do it anyway. What is that? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. There's 10. All right. There we go. So we'll spin again. Hey, what's up, backup? Yeah, I know, Ellie. I know. If anything, it makes it one less. If it would have landed on that one, that would have been different. A different story. Now we're going to do it for a Phantom. So this is a little bit better. It is not a 1 in 24 shot. Now it is a 1 in 10. 1 in 10 chance. Phantom. We did not watch it hunt. I have no idea visually what the ghosty is like. No clue. No clue. So, you guys decide. You guys decide. Oh, no. Oh, you're good, Carl. No worries, dude. You mean all in? Hope not a Phantom. I don't know, dude. I don't know. I'm gonna move this over here. I keep messing with the window. Because again, if I full screen, I mean, it's fine. It's just that the only thing is if people are chatting, you just can't see this. It's not the end of the world. I mean, if anything, really what we're doing this for is just to show this. So it's I mean, I might just leave it full screen. Oh no, Faith, why not? Okay, what do we have? 90% say no, 10% say yes. Either way, we're still up. There we go. All right. I know. I'm still trying to get stuff figured out for this. Okay. Well, guess what? By the way, we know that it can't be this one because that has force dots. But we do have ultraviolet, so it still could be an Obake. I am still very, very confused about the door shut that we had. Very confused. You have the Jeffrey Bezos song stuck in your head? Good. Good, you should. Good, you should. All right. Photocam. Take a smooge. The ghosty is hunting. Yeah, that's fine. It'll be fine. Ghosty doesn't want us. Oh, that's why it shut the door. That bastard. That bastard. Let's put that in there. Let's go get the other crucifix. Hey, Pickle. What's up, friend? What are we doing today? We're doing some insanity ghost gambling. Insanity. He just wants some alone time? What's he been doing for the last however many years? Turn the light on again. Turn the light on again. What are you trying to say, Ghosty? Mare? No, mares can't turn lights on. I don't have the camera, you son of a bitch! I threw it on the floor. I knew it. Little prick. Oh, you shit. Thank you for the Prime, Dark Mage. The second I was about to take the photo, it disappeared. I knew it. I knew it was going to happen. I knew it. I swear to God. Don't you dare. You sack of shit. Where's my lighter? Yeah, I just thought about that too. Is it at the door? It might be at the door. Thank you, Noah. I can't risk it. I can't risk running out there. Stanky. Thank you for the prime, friend. There's our lighter. Now I feel safe. Okay. There we go. Now we feel better about our decisions. God damn. I'm wondering if it's a Pulte. That's better. Allow me. Come right in. What the? John Alexander. That crucifix reached in there? Jesus, dude. That's a hell of a reach. That's one hell of a reach. We have a potential to have a kinetic partner party obnoxiously early on Monday. Just saying. Oh my God. I don't know. We might need it. We might need it to be awake. We might need it. How are you, Mail? Maybe a Sailor and a JoJo? Okay. Yeah, I know JoJo, I think... Oh, you son of a bitch. Even though JoJo is going to be away at con, I think she plans on streaming anyway. Streaming from the UK. Awesome. Yeah, if we plan on like doing some solo to check out the map, but then we want to do some multiplayer to check out the map, I'm down, Charlie Brown. So guys, it hasn't kicked. It's not very nice. No, I was gonna say it hasn't kicked. It hasn't kicked the breaker. I was gonna say it hasn't kicked the breaker. Ghost, hello. Pickles, beer, and goes gambling. Woo! Check temps. No need. We have our evidence. We have ultraviolet. We were just waiting to see if Ghosty showed up so we could take a photo. Yeah, now it's taking a nap. Now it's taking a nap. Oh, by the way, guys. I need to talk to my wife about it. I'm undecided, but I probably will do it anyway. Listen here, you spicy shit. That tomorrow, Midnight Society is having an Avanti. Railroad, thank you for the raid. Welcome in. Oh, that was eaten twice. Oh, I might be in deep shit. Don't you dare, don't you dare, don't you dare, don't you dare, don't you dare. With a high... Oh, no, no hiya. We'll do this. Tater Tot, what's up, Halecat? Welcome in. Raging Tater, hello. Oh, you spicy biznitch. Would you please just show up? Gosh, darn it. Now it's gonna hunt. All right, we're just gonna watch it, I think. Do I have a chair? Hey, we got a chair. Let's go. Need to talk to my wife. Listen, she's a very understanding woman. We're just gonna watch it like this. F it, man. F it, dude. Hey, you can see the van. Yeah, it's right there. If anybody's van camping, you can go over here and you can actually watch them from this window. You can see them walking around in the van. She also did not finish the sentence. Oh, that's true. That's true. Midnight Society is having an event tomorrow where we are playing Killer Clowns as a group. And a couple of us are going to be streaming, and I think I might be one of them. It's going to be funny. Oh, it's going to be so fun with the group. It's going to be so good. What up, Wingstop? I don't know, dude. That looked pretty visible. That looked pretty visible. I don't think we have a phantom. Didn't change forms. We might not have watched it long enough. You need the mic working? Yes, please. Yes, please. Yes, please. We know it's not you. I don't think it's you. Meh. I'm still suspicious of a Pulte, though. You had me at event. All right, let's get a little more thing and stuff. Has it turned on? Yeah, it did. It's not a Jin. Do I play any other games than Phasmophobia? Yeah, tomorrow I play Killer Clowns. Yeah. Jin's on the board? No, Jin's off the board. How's it going? First official stream tonight. Been following the Midnight City. Love all the content. I appreciate you, Railroad. How was the first stream? Phantom check? Yeah, we just had a hunt, and I think it was pretty visible. So I really don't think it is. I really don't think so. Is it tomorrow? No, right now is today. Get that. I can't get the juice right now. Can't get the juice right now. What's your favorite game other than Phas? Mario 64. Last time I watched Killer Clowns, there were some interesting bugs in the game. I've seen a few, but not like a ton. Not a lot. Railroad, thank you so much for the follow. I appreciate it, dude. That'd be unusual. Yeah, no, it would be very unusual but it would be because of the event. All right. I could try to go to chair. This is going to be a little bit spicy. Thank you for the follows, guys. There he goes. Okay. I can't. I can't tell if it's throwing enough. It's really dark in this room. Maybe I could use this time to go turn the lights on. I can't see it me either. I was going off of sound. Shut up! The sound though? Yeah, that's what I was using. Why did that double like that, Blue? What up, Squishy? Not the gin. No shot. I'm giving it shit to throw. Just chilling. Same. Trying to figure out a ghosty. It's being a pain in the ass. Multi-pile. No, just items to see how big the throws are. It's giving Pulte vibe. I think it's giving Pulte vibes. Dude, that was a yeet and a half. Did you see that item go flying? I think it's a Pulte. I really think it's a Pulte. Let's go find out. We'll go Pulte. Outlaw, thank you for the raid. Welcome in. How are you, dude? Yeah, it yeeted a couple of those items immediately. What's up, Freestyle? Oriana, hello. All right, we're going Pulte. We're getting out. Let us see. Let us see. I have a feeling it's not a phantom, guys. We're about to find out. Hi, Sakura.
Welcome back. I've prepared some jobs for you.
Hi, Tenchi. What's up? How are you? Welcome in. Manders, thank you for the 16 months. Wee. All right, it's a Pulte. Yeah, it was not a phantom. So sorry. So sad. So sad. My apologies. How was your stream? How's it going? Tamblazer, welcome in. Poultrygeist. That's right. Finished with some Phasma yourselves. Nice. Nice. We're doing some ghosty gambling ourselves. Weak Pulte? No, it was fine. It didn't have a lot of items to mess with. Yeah. See you later, Uniform Square. Have a good one, dude. What's up, Jaden? How do you sleep drinking Celsius this late? I've kind of was raised on caffeine just from migraines. Yeah. Keeps me up now, but then I have no problem getting to bed. Yeah. Explain ghost gambling. If you do exclamation point gamble, you can see it. But long story short, I spin a wheel with ghosts. You guys decide whether you think it will be that ghost or not, and you use all of your channel points to wager. That's it. That's it. Time zone East. United States. EST. Let's spin the wheel. Lover Goth, thank you for the Pride for 5 months. Appreciate you. But for channel points, yeah, it's for kerns. Yeah, exactly. All right. So this is going to decide what ghost you are gambling on. Looking like a wraith. All right. So, will the next ghost be a wraith? You have 2 minutes with the prediction. Use your channel points. Look in the bottom left. That's where your channel points are located. Yay or nay. And then when you do it, I can see here what you've wagered. So like right now, 96% of people say no, it's not going to be a wraith. Yeah. So let me get into the map and get set up. And while I'm doing that, you guys continue your wagers. We'll go to Edgefield for this one. But I'm doing Insanity Custom, which gives me a Cursed Possession. So that way we can make it a little spicier. A little spicier. Jana, hello, friendo. Don't see where. It's on the purple app, Squishy. Yeah, I can't do all three. I wish I could.
Must have summoned the ghost with a cursed object. Investigate it, but be careful. We don't know.
Doing good. How are you? Okay. Okay. If you're here and you're not getting channel points, there's a possibility you're not following. If you're following, that's how you get them. So you get them by watching the stream. Literally just by watching. That's it. That's it. That's all you got to do. You can be lurking. You can be doing whatever you want. But the prediction is still live. What's the easiest way to test for a myling? The flashlight test on a single floor. So put the flashlight at your feet. Turn it on. Make sure you're far away from the ghost, but on the same floor as the ghost. If you can hear the footsteps and the flashlight is not blinking, it's not a myling. Thanks for all the follows, guys. Red, thank you for the pride. Okay. Evie. You could be purple. No, you could be blue. I think she was trying to hit me with lyrics. I screwed it up. Okay. 89% are saying no. 89%. I could be Violet's cut. Yeah, that's it. 11% are saying yes. Will the ghost be a wraith? Let's go find out. Flash plus Rocket League equals the get out of here. Get the hell out of here. I can't tell you the next time something like that would happen. Banned. Get out. All right, Shelly Bishop, let's go. We ghosty gambling today? We are. Yeah. We're doing it on insanity, so I get one piece of evidence. Jesus Christ, that scared me. Jana, thank you for the... Oh my God, blue. That scared me half to death, dude. Oh, nice hiding. Jesus Christ. Ray, it's over on the purple app, friend. Are you good? What is with the ghosties and turning on the light? Interesting. Interesting. All right, we'll leave you there. Leave you there. It's not a mare. We know that for sure. Okay. Must be scared of the dark. All the ghosties? What app do you use for the sounds? It's called Blurp. B-L-E-R-P. Blurp. Yeah, what I love about it is because there's so many different sounds. It's not like sound alerts where you pick a certain set and that's it. Blurp, it's a library of sounds. I love it. I love it. All right. What is our evidence, by the way, for a wraith? EMF, spirit box, and dots. So let's get spirit box, dots, and get it in the room. Crystal, thank you for the follow. Thank you again, Jana. This is an active go. Okay, accentuate my point. Dude, it's turned on the shower. It's turned on the sink. Where are you? Are you near? Where are you? Are you close? Are you near? Are you far? Where are you? Oh, Jesus Christ. I ran past it while it manifested. Fuck. What the? Fuck these shoes. walked almost all the way to where I was. Oh no, he got evented on about 1 billion times in the first. Oh, I mean, okay, fair enough. That might be why. That might be why I lost a lot of sanity. Good point. Point set and match. Fair play. Oh man. I guess I could try to recover some of it. I guess. Oh boy. Oh boy. Get some salt for the believers. I can. Let me get this crucifix up there first. Okay. This ghost really gotta poop. It's really, really gotta poop. No freezing. Okay, let's go get the salt. Let's go get the salt. We'll get a motion sensor and salt. How about that? We'll get you. Get you. Oh, you're going to blow that. You're so active. You're going to blow this out for sure. Oh, for sure. Giving Banshee vibes. Oh, I don't know, dude. Oh, here, where are you? Ah. Put you there. No, turn on the other shower. Sody pop. Thank you, friend. All right, let's go get another one. What is the point of the sound sensors? You can hear the sounds from the truck. Oh yeah, there's a reason. There is a reason. What's up, Rocky? Jackson, hello. It's not leaving the bathroom, though. See how that motion sensor keeps going off and facing in the room, not out of the room? Could it be a wraith? I mean, always possible. Well, let's go turn this other shower off so we can hear our thoughts. All right. Does this one have the salt? No. This one does. Fine then. Oh, you son of a bitch. Sorry, it's not a wraith. Sorry, guys. I tried. Tried my heart out. Dobby is free. Where are you? Are you near? Are you close? Where are you? Are you near? Are you far? Where are you? Oh, you sack of shite. You sack of shite. Gorios didn't stay in the room. Gorios will still roam. But I'm pretty sure I did not see that in person. Correct me if I'm wrong here. Okay, stop it, jerkhole. We did not see dots in person. Don't you do it! No? That was it? Just one time? That's all we're gonna get? Definitely not a wraith. No, but I'm about 80% sure that I saw dots and I did not see them in person. Hey, Casey. Welcome in. I'd say like 80% sure. But not 81. No. No. Only saw Rhonda on the cam. I would like for her to do her trick again. Hey. Do this week's challenge. I did it. It's up on YouTube. Uh-oh. Listen, broski. Like, what? We have dots, but it's not a wraith. It leaves us with these ghosties, but I am like pretty damn certain that it's a Goryo. We might just pack this one up and go to the next one. Ghost is being a jerkhole. It doesn't want to deliver the goods. Doesn't want to deliver the goods. It'll do it now that we're not there. How much you want to bet? How much you want to bet? Do the ting. No, I've seen dots once. How do you know it's a Goryo? Because we saw dots in the camera, but not in person. Shame it wasn't a phantom for the troll. Okay, we'll go to the next one. We'll keep it moving. No point in sticking around and waiting. But yeah, 100% not a rave. 100%. It's on the character's head. Night vision.
Welcome back. I prepared some jobs for you.
Night vision. Yeah, that's what I thought. Sorry, it's a Goryo. If it's a point where, if it gets to the point where we're not sure and we have a lot of ghosties left, then we can spin again. But if something like that happens and we figure it out instantly, yeah. When are you gonna play with Coach and Aldi again? When I decide to play DBD. All right, let's. I mean, it's a pretty good answer. One more for a bed. Oh, I'm not going to bed yet. Well, it's 10 o'clock for me. Oh, no, 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 no. We're not going anywhere. We ain't going anywhere. Alrighty. What ghost for the next one? Ooh, a revenant. Ooh, that could be a good one. Alrighty. Do you think the ghost is going to be a revenant? What do you think? Where are we going to look for this possible revenante? Maybe we'll do this one. Maybe at Bleasdale. Let's go to Bleasdale. No, you know, let's go to Willow. Let's do Willow. Let's do the Willow. Yeah. Let's do Willow. There's no such thing as a common ghost. Hey, Batty, what's up, man? Thank you for the follow.
Check the equipment and get set up before investigating.
It's always a revy for you? I wish it was always a revy for me.
Reports of light,
I wish.
possibly harmless, but
I believe.
out there.
I believe. All right, let me get flashlight, this, while you guys are still doing your prediction. Use your channel points for Helen Sweeney if you think Helen is going to be a revenant. The evidence for a revenant is orbs, writing, and freezing. Orbs, writing, freezing. The way it's a revy, that's what everyone says until it is, you know what I mean? Whoa. Holy shit, my game just got so laggy. You good? Are we okay? Are you gonna make it? Raining? No. No, it's because I have a lot of stuff open. I bet that's what it is. That's my guess. It's because I have a lot of things open right now. Evan, thank you for the 14 months. Hey, Crown. Okay. Just a little bit left. Only a few more seconds. What's it going to be? Will it be a Revy? 10% are saying yes. Oh, sorry. Okay. 9. Thanks for proving me wrong. 9%. 91% are saying no. These are the naysayers right here. Look at them. Shame them. Yell at them. No, don't do that. That's me. You guess Wraith. Then here are the believers. Here are the top ones. Okay. Let's go. Hi, bro. What's up, bro? Don't yell at people. Be nice. I'll do what I want. Live my life. Oh, you mean, oh, because I told you not to, yeah, don't yell at them. Hey, Justin. Sammy, I'm just responding. Ooh. I know you. How old are you? 41. How did you die? Goodbye. Okay. I think what it was answering, I think that it was responding to, what I said when I didn't push in my mic. What was it trying to say? I think it was going to try to say strong. I think. Not a they. Why wouldn't it be a they? All right. Do this. For sanity. Yeah. Yeah, I think so. Because it's 41. What does that have to do with it being a they? If you're thinking because the age is too high, that's incorrect. I've had theys where the age started at 90. It's young at first. Correct. It gets older. Right. But what is, let's look it up. Let's look it up real quick. Wonder Boy. Well, I want to make sure that I'm not giving you false information. Let's see. Let us see. Let's see here. Thay's starting age is between 2 and 90, I think. One of the mods says. I'm looking in the Discord. I wasn't looking in the wiki. They can start at age 99 if it wants. So what I keep reading here, which I could go and look actually in the wiki and see, is if the starting age can go up to 99, which I think it can. Didn't say drown. Oh, it might have. It may have. Let's see what we have here. So if we look at this is the Thay. Let's see. Oh, get out of here. God, I hate these ads. We'll figure it out together. The Thay's starting human age can still be anywhere from 2 to 90, like all other ghosts. 2 to 90 is what the wiki says. So if this is true, if this is honest, there you go. Between 2 and 90. There's a pop quiz at the end? Damn right. Damn right there is. So, age 41, Thay's not out of the picture. Just needs to be higher than the starting value. Absolutely. Correct. So if you ask again, it should say something about 41 if it's a Thay. No, that's only if I've spent 1 to 2 minutes near the ghost. All right. Revenant. Orbs, writing, freezing. We still need to figure out where the ghost is, don't we? Orbs, writing, and freezing. Well, we've got all that stuff in there. No. Hey, Carter. Pull up the old Wikipedia. That's right. At some point, I know that the wiki was actually looked at by the Phasmo team. At some point. I don't know when. Wonder Boy. Oh. I think we found it. All right. Pooping in the kitchen sink. That makes sense. That's logical. Oh, look, a wiki. Well, let's put all this here. Let's get this. Check for herbs and spices. I don't see any orbs. Okay. Let's go get the power on. Should ask ChatGPT to combine ghosts. Me and our friend did one night and the results were crazy. Did a mimic rev together and it gave, oh my god. There was a point where I actually used Midjourney to basically make the ghosts. So I used the descriptions of the ghost and I let Midjourney give me pictures as to what they would look like based on their descriptions, their describers. So that was pretty cool. The demon, yeah, there was a lot of really good ones. Man, that feels like it was forever ago. Court, oh hey, how are you? Need to see the results of the photos? Oh man, I don't know where I have them. I have a video. I'm pretty sure I've got a video on them. If I don't have an actual like full YouTube video, I know I have the VOD. The VOD is more than likely on my VOD channel. Do it again? That'd be cool. Okay, we have nothing from Ghosty so far. Nothing. My eye still hurts. Okay, go back in. Let's get the other crucifix just in case. For a moment, your brain thought that's a big orb, but then the brain processed the time, finished the thought, and realized it was the wall clock. Fair play. Go you know for new update on 25. What? I'm literally reading the words that were sent. Where are you?
It's taken away.
Oh, are you? You sound like Kill. Spirit box. No, Revy. Can crucifixes prevent hunts while in your hand? Yes. Nope. No, Revy. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. Listen, we tried. We tried our little hearts out now, didn't we? You know, it happens, man. Okay. Well, let's do another one with what we have left then. What do we have left? So we have Spirit. Let's do another one. So we have Spirit. We have Poltergeist. Mare. Yokai. I don't think this one turned on the light yet, right? Diogen. Onryo. The Twins. The Mimic. Phantom. Wraith. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, no, wait. 11, right? Yeah, 11. Okay. That is correct. That is correct. So, let's try again. Let us try again. Yokai. Will it be a yokai? It's possible. It's possible. Dead Alive, thank you for the follow. I don't know. You better figure it out. Are you a yokai? Our money depends on it. Here. Be right back. You're good, Carter. No worries, dude. You're fine. What is the evidence? We already have it. The evidence that we're going to get is Spirit Box. That's it. We're playing on Insanity. So there's a good chance it's not a Mimic, even though Mimic was on technically in the journal and still there. But we didn't see orbs. Did not see orbs. What up, PJ? Welcome in. Gonna be big. I don't know. We'll see. Betting all the points? All right. Don't lose them, man. Don't lose them. 90% of you are saying no. 90%. Jesus. Okay, that changed fast. 83% say no. Oh, we got some believers. Okay. 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 Coach has corrupted you. That's, I mean, it could be a good thing. I think it just depends on what, you know, what your definition of corruption is. All right. Let's go find out. Elijah, how are you? You double down. I like it. I like the strategy. Okay, so we have Spirit Box. That's all we're gonna get. We're playing on Insanity. So now we start dwindling the ghost down. So we want to lay down some salt to make sure it's not a wraith. If we can get a photo of this stinky, then we can know that it's not a phantom. You know? You know? Gotta do the yokai test? Yeah, for sure. For sure. Okay. We could try to do a mirror test. Hopefully it turns the light on anyway. Pulty pile? Maybe. Maybe. Doesn't look like stuff's all over the place. The stuff that's on the floor is stuff that we left in there, so that's fine. That's not a big deal. How can you do that without hints? What do you mean with it? With hints? I thought Insanity didn't have a cursed object. Normally it does not, but we play on a custom Insanity that gives you a cursed object. All right, like this here. Put one here. Put one there. Put one dead center. There we go. Hey, show up for a photo. Helen Sweeney. Helen. 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 The member emotes are amazing. I love them. Heck yeah. Helen. Helen Sweeney. We are here for your photograph. Ms. Helen. Taking a selfie. I mean, if I could turn the camera around. Unfortunately, if you go to do that in VR, you can't take the photo. Which sucks. I would love in VR if you could turn the camera around and actually take a photo of yourself. I'm pretty sure you can't. It won't let you do it. My shadow scared you. Helen! Helen. Oh, you did walk in the salt. You're not a wraith. Helen. Still waiting on that VR stream, I know. I'm waiting for the update to see if it changes anything. Oh, ghost fart. Eee. Royal, thank you for the 7 months. Ghost, please. Here, I could like make some little mini Pulty piles just in case. Oh, where are you going? Gonna go work on the car? give you some stuff. What's up, Robbie? No, Noni. Well, it can't be Noni anyway, if you look at the evidence. Here, I can put the cat toy in this one. How are you, Royal? Ghost, do the damn thing. I don't think it's gonna do it. It's gonna do it when I walk out. Watch. The second I go to leave, it's gonna do. Gonna go gambling tomorrow. Nice. It's gonna be a yokai. I don't know. I'm about to make it hunt just because it's being a weenie. Hey Chop, welcome in. Thank you for the follow. Stab, thank you for the biddies. Hello. All right, I have a smudge in there. The smudge is over in the kitchen. Run. Bam, 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 bam. I'm about to do it anyway. Hide and seek. Doesn't like chips. I don't even care. Oh, shit. I hate these damn things. I never used tier 3 crucifixes, so now that we're using them, like for the past couple streams, it throws me off. Damn it! Sorry, it's fine. It's fine. Everything's fine. We're good. Don't stress. No mess. We're fine. Iron Man, thank you for the prime. Guys, I still have no idea what I'm gonna do for goal. I'm not exactly sure. We had the sodas, but now I'm not sure. Hey, excuse you. Beans. I could do beans. Would that suffice? Would that suffice? Big ol' handful? Okay, listen. Okay, jerkhole. Can you be an honorary? Oh, shit balls. Do 5 beans? Okay, bet. All of you together. What? Dude, this ghost is so gosh darn boring. Question is sanity. It's just not doing shit. If I do this, it'll throw things, I guess. Go ahead, homie. Beans aren't as fun as ranch. What did you just yeet? Am I crazy or just... You suck so much butthole. Like, I can't tell you the amount of butthole that you... The second I drop the camera. Use the board again? Oh, okay. God damn it. WMD, thank you for the prime. Super glue? All right. Roger that. Good old Tater. One of my best creations. Oh, you think you're cute now? Okay. Oh, okay. Oh, now we're just so active. Hey, Dakota. You love the butter popcorn? Hate them. Did you hear that? They like the buttered popcorn. It sucks. Shade? No, I threw an item with me in the room. I'm good, Dakota. How are you? Oh. Can the ghost see the alerts? No. No, we're going to do a stream with one of those. Wow. Excuse you. Jeez, dude. That was aggressive. Was that the portal thing? Thank you for another prime. OJ, thank you, dude. Is tier 2 better than tier 3? It's preference. It's all personal preference. Butter, popcorn, jelly beans are an abomination. Amen. I agree. Couldn't have said any better, man. Couldn't have said any better. Horse Cal, how are you? I don't know what this ghost is doing, man. I'm like... It's in the basement. Nothing's worse than the stink bug flavor. I could beg to differ. The puke bean is pretty bad. Pretty bad. And you combine that with like the bandage one, sends shivers down your spine. She dipped. Well, tell her to get the hell back here. I miss my friend. I miss her. Grandmama. Are we going for a hunt? Well, we were. Past tense. Used to. Wanted to. Screwed up. It's twins. Twins, Basil. Twins. Damn. That was a good photo. Didn't see through the glass door. Ghosts can't see through doors. So, did you notice how when I took the photo and I backed up through the door, when I backed up through the door, the electronic was out of my hand, so she lost sight of me. Did it give up on you? It lost sight of me. Yeah. Yeah, pretty sure that's twins. Hacks? Nope, don't confuse that with skill. Don't confuse it with skill.
Welcome back. There's some jobs ready for you.
I got the wrong ghost. It was a Moroi. I'll let myself out. God damn it. I knew it was either a Moroi or twins, but it sounded like perfect slow twins. Mistook a Raiju for Thay the other day. You're fine. I want to get out so we can move on to the next one. Yeah, we're not stressing to get money. I'm level 102. Wasn't someone asking the last time you were wrong? Yeah, it's right now. Yeah. So now when they ask, hey, lost both predictions. That's okay. That's okay. As you can see, we can't all win. Missed it by that much. Morroids are supposed to be fast when your sanity's low. Mistook a yokai for a Dio because the little shit hit orbs. Oh no. My blurb usage is even more justified. How dare you? How dare you? Good girl Ghost, thank you for the tier 1 friend for 15 months. Oh my. Pagey, I have no idea. I don't know. I literally, nothing. Yeah, literally nothing. I don't know why it does that. No clue. Finally own Phasmo. Nice. What's my stream schedule? Monday, Wednesday, Friday, Sunday. Monday, Wednesday, Friday, 8:30 p.m. Sunday at 1. Yeah. I thought you didn't see that. No, I see it. I see it. It was tense. I know, Pagey. Actually, Pagey, I'm gonna have to probably on the tactic side, I'm probably gonna have to shut it down for right now. I don't know what's going on, man. Things have been running hot, and I've got to figure out what's going on. But for now, we're gonna shut it down. I appreciate you guys, though. All right, we're still trucking, friends. We're still going. I'm just shutting this side of it down. Okay. Oh my god, can't wait to make it 24 months. Oh, man. Lost 25,000 this night, but I still believe. Still mad at you. Mad at me for what? I didn't do anything. I work here. All right, let me go back to the other wheel. The main wheel, sorry. So beans? No. Beans. Beans. Not prestiging when we all did like fools. Listen, Tom tried to give me grief. Tried to give me / Mel grief for not letting him know. And I was like, we were like, A, we didn't know till the last minute. B, it is a fact that if we said, hey, don't prestige right now. Yeah. Remember, right. We aren't allowed, Tomothy. Exactly. We can't. We can't. Remember 5. I will. Listen, if it is, I'll do 5. Listen. Do you hear the tin? It's full. It's full of beans. Full. We won't spin it either. It'll just be a handful. All right. Let us see what ghosty we're going to get. A spirit. Interesting. I like that every ghost has been different tonight, so that's good. So that's been good. Is it going to be a spirit? Is it going to be a spirit? Do the beans. Okay, do that. In the Twitch for once. Just got off work. Hopefully I can watch the stream for like a couple. Oh, I appreciate you, Icy. I mean, I'm definitely not going to be live for a couple hours, but we will see. Thank you, Mayor. The prediction is live. The prediction is up. Where are we going for this ghosty? Where are we headed? Real, thank you for the follow. Icy, appreciate you, dude. Thank you. You went all in? Did you say yay or nay? You said no. Okay. I see the number next to you. Go Tangle? Oh, we did Tangle not too long ago. Ridge for the spirit? Okay. I'm down for that. How are you, Apocrypha? Sideline squad, what up? All right. Let us go. Remember, it is not custom. It is insane. Well, it's technically is custom. It's insanity with a cursed possession. That way we can keep it fun. If I have to gift the 18, my gift will be to deny the beans to you, chat. Wait, are you saying if you do it, that I don't have to do beans? You know, Chinggis, I really like you. You know that, right? Insanity, but better. It's insanity the way it should be. It should have a cursed possession. It should have a cursed possession. You were never going to convince me otherwise. It's so boring without one. So boring without one. All right. Almost up. You still have time. Use your channel points. You have time. Don't unfollow Chinggis. Chingus, is your voice feeling better, friend? I know yesterday you were still fighting through. You still streamed and all that jazz. 13% are saying yes to the spirit. Ooh, look at the yeses. Oh my goodness. See ya, Sid. Oh my goodness gracious. And then over here on the no side, almost a mil, yeah. Almost a mil on the no side. All right. Let's see what we get. What up, detective? How are you? Let's go see if we are going to get us a spirit. Roll anytime, got it right. I don't remember if we've ever gotten one on the first try. I think we've like on the second spin have gotten it, but not on the first. Not that I can recall. We've only done so many ghosty gamblings. Oh, it's sunrise. Look how pretty it is. But look at this. Irish, thank you for the 10 subs, dude. Irish, thank you so much. Dude, thank you so much, Angus. He's like, yeah, do it, beans. This is one of the best views. I don't care what you say. Ridge view, sunrise, one of the best views. One of the best. One of the best. Oh, Irish, you're crazy. Thank you so much. I helped. I like to call sunrise break of daylight. Touche. Touche. Hey, Turret. Well, I was let go from my software testing job today, and I'm just chilling, to be honest. Oh, Turret, I'm so sorry, friend. Well, I hope that things start looking up for you. I'm so sorry. But I appreciate you coming in to say hello, friend. All right, let's go find our ghosty. Sunrise, break of daylight. Get out of here. Get out of here. Break of day. It's not a spirit, it's a go. Thank you for gifting. It's not a spirit, it's a ghost, a sub. The fact that that account exists is crazy. I'm sorry. Was that a light switch? Not a mirror. Look. Not a mirror. Oh my god. Mayor Clicky happy. They just get excited. I understand. Listen, we've seen some pretty funny gifted subs go out in other streams. Who was the one recently that had some? Was it you, Chingus? It might have been you. I don't remember who it was. What? Oh, it did turn the switch on. Where am I going? It's here. Oh, fuck. All right. Oh, it's the cup. Oh, I see it. I see it. I see it. I see it. Shut up. Crow, thank you so much for the subs, dude. Thank you so much. Oh my goodness. Okay, well, you'll have to pardon me for a second. There's no point in spinning. That's literally useless. Just watching on one of the YouTube vids, came to see if you're online. Hey, welcome in, man. I appreciate it. I'm just gonna reach in and grit 5. You know, I don't have to save the blue ones for Izzy anymore. Izzy has her own beans. That's right. But I still will do this blind. I will still do it blind. Yeah, she thinks she's so funny and cute. She thinks she's hilarious. She walks into my room. She walks in here. She turns like this and goes. She says, beans, please. I need to resurrect something? What? Resurrect? Resurrect something? She's so funny. I got a blue one! Yay! But what are the other ones? I always forget. She thinks she's so funny. Listen, she is cute. We got to give her that. Toothpaste? It might be. It might be. Oh, bean time. I guess I could actually use that now. Now that we have like 15 million animated emotes, I guess I could. I might have to. Had to upload it real quick. Well, now that we have like all these extra animated emote slots, I might as well freaking do it. All right. So we have birthday cake, dirty dishwater twice. So that's great. Double the chances, double the fun. We have toasted marshmallow or stink bug, cappuccino or liver and onions, and then berry blue and toothpaste. Thank you for the follow. Double the pleasure, double the fun. That's immediately stink bug, so that's great. Oh, my palate is getting better as I get older. I can literally taste birthday cake and dirty dishwater. That's great. What map are you on? Ridgeview? You've never smelt a stink bug? Oh, dude, look at the lighting. You've never smelt a stink bug? Yeah, it's not a good smell. It's really bad. It's really not good. Oh, yummy. Forgot how good those were. Watching the YouTube shorts lately, they help me understand the game better. Hey, Deadpool, it's awesome, dude. That is awesome. Oh, gross. See you, Bacon. Have a good one, man. Look at the lighting right now. Look at the wall. I feel like I never get to see that. I purposely don't square. Oh, no, I don't either. Nope, I don't either. Dr. Mub, I don't do it either. Nope. If I see a stink bug in our house, I will very gently get it and get it outside. I do not squish them in the house. Nope. Nope. You're just asking for your house to stink. No shot. No shot. Accidentally vacuum one. Sangos, thank you for the tier 1. Genghis, listen, I don't have any money, but if you could cause him pain, I'd really appreciate it. Escorted outside on a piece. That silverware just come out of my body? Genghis is a true friend. He's pretty great. I'm gonna get to see him again, which is awesome. I'm excited. We're gonna get to hang out, get to go to Din Din, do all the things. It's gonna be fun. Ridgeview is by far your favorite map. It's a really great map, man. Try to stab me with a fork. Get forked on, nerd. All right. I feel like I should take these. Yep. Get to see Chesney. Get to see Aldi. Get to see Chinggis and Dahlia again. Get to see a bunch more friendos. I'm excited. I'm excited. Yeah. Someone said, how do you know what it tastes like? It's like, it's when you get a smell a smell goes into your senses so much that you basically can taste it. That's what it is. That's what it is. Where are you? Are you near? Are you close? Are you angry? Yo, you ugly? Shit, I'm not convinced you're here. Mother. I just burped it up. That wasn't good. You sack of shit. Oh, laundry. Hold on. Do that there. Give me this here. Go up here. Yep, looks good. Where are you? You're not in there. Where are you? What the dickens? Dude, my temps. What the f- I'm so confused, man. Addie, thank you for the 3 months. It's tier 1. Thank you for the subs, friendo. Alright, I'm gonna put this here. We're gonna put that there. I tried this already. Where are you? Are you near? Are you far? Are you close? Where are you? Are you near? Where are you? Are you close? Are you near? Okay, you're not. Hey, listen here. Listen here. Oh my god. Confuzzled. I'm also confuzzlement. Hey, it's you. Hey, it's a blurb. Crow tried to pull a fast one. Photo parabolic. The ghost keeps going back and forth. I don't know what room it's in. This is causing us much grief. Bamboozled. No, bean boozled. It's right there. It's right there. What is the cursed? What is the cursed? Look. You know what? We're gonna put this over here. If it starts to hunt, I'm gonna run to the fridge. We're gonna go fridge view. The bean mixture's got to his head. Where's my flashlight? Give me the flashlight. Wonder if we can go downstairs without dying. We're about to find out. Hello, Booba. $150 break of daylight. Beans are good for you. Enjoy the sub. Break of daylight really wanted you to have that. Because you're such a loyal viewer. I know I need to stop. Shit. Is it the paw? It's the paw. I'll make the way. I can't. I only have one hand here. I'm afraid to talk when I have the paw in my hand because I feel like it listens even when I don't have push to talk on. So I try to be very careful about that. Cruisy. Yeah, thank you, Splash. Yeah, I know. I wasn't trying to make it hunt yet. Not even existent. You're not even there. Okay, now you're there. Hey. Why are you standing on that plate? I don't have a camera, do I? No. Interesting. Wish for sanity? No, we can't do that. No, we can't do that. If we do that, it's going to change rooms. No. We're going to watch this for a second and see what happens. We'll watch this. If you turn on a flashlight, you can see. Did you know that if I press that little trash can button next to your name, it'll ban you. Yes. Actually, I think I'm wrong. I think they'll just delete your message. Does the TV count as not live? No, not anymore. Giggles. I don't remember what update it was, but there was an update where they made it so the TV and like the computer monitor and things like that are no longer considered light switches. So you can't say, oh, it turn on the TV, it's not a mare. Oh, it turn on the computer, it's not a mare. No, it doesn't work like that anymore. I don't remember when they made that change. I don't know what button it is, but I've accidentally banned Kitten more than once. All right, so we still, by the way, do not have the evidence for this ghost. We've checked basically everything. I don't know if I've done an official ultraviolet test, which would make me say this. But if it's this, we're looking for a revenant, correct? During the lighting rework. Okay. Yeah, it was a while ago. What about small lamps? Mares cannot turn those on. No. Spirit. Oh, yeah, that's right. Spirit. That's right. Revenant was the other one. Doi. Catster, thank you for gifting a sub. Thank you for gifting to Blushy. Hey, don't, just don't. All right, just don't. Jesus Christ. Almost dropped my croissant. Hey! Trying to murder me with a plate. I might need to now. No way. You are not. The plate was for the croissant. I'm sorry. Have you guys been watching the... Oh my God. The train that's built on blurps. Have you guys seen the TikToks of like the time traveler thing with vines? Have you guys seen those? They're always really... Oh no, you have them too. What do you mean? Dude, it's so creepy. It is extraordinarily creepy. But it's just... okay, I think there's an aspect of it that I really think is cool. And I can explain what I mean. Catster, thank you for gifting another sub. Thank you for gifting to Kelsey. Thank you, friend. So, if you have no idea what the hell I'm talking about, there's a trend going on right now where I don't know who does it. Oh, don't. You are not a part of the trend, nerd. There's a trend going on right now where... Oh, now you walk in the salt, you pigly piece of shit. No footsie doodles. No EMF5. There's no, dude, we have no, like, the evidence is not here. It doesn't exist. It doesn't exist. What's the username? It's multiple, it's not one, it's multiple people. I'd have to go back and look at my likes. Run! I might have fucked that up. Oh no, I still got it, okay. But what they do is they take vines, so old video clips, and they use AI to extend them at the end. So where the clip would normally end and it would just loop over, it continues. So it's like the whole trend idea is like a time traveler is going back to make to make that vine not exist or to change the ending. Yeah. Charlie bit my finger when it was god awful. Dude, there's a few that were bad. The one kid that had, I saw the one kid that had the basketball bounce off his head. What was the other ones I had? I had the, oh God. The, oh, wait a minute, who are you? That kid, that was a good one. That was really, really good. Guys, I don't know what this goes to. Look at all those chickens, one. Oh my God. It shows her actually going towards the chicken, like the chicken, going towards the birds, and the birds start flying off. Let's check for Goryo. I don't even know if we checked yet, to be honest with you. I think we did. We were standing outside for a while, but we could check again. With chicken leg, yeah. Dude, it's so good. Some of them are so funny, some are really creepy. So the thing I think I like about it, and it's a really, really weird connection, but maybe I can make it make sense. If you've watched Back to the Future and you've watched the second one as well, there's a really cool moment that I like where in the second one, he goes back in time again to fix something that Biff did. And when he goes back in time again, he runs into himself again. But what he runs into is he runs into scenarios that we saw filmed in the first one. So like we saw him playing guitar on stage in the first one. But in the second one, you see it from another angle. Like, you see it from another angle, like he went back in time to see that. I think I love the time travel idea, and I love that. We went to go watch the Harry Potter, the Cursed Child on Broadway for my son because he was obsessed for a long time. And when we did, they did the same thing. Where they did the whole, like, you are watching the show, this perspective, but then they go back and then you see it literally the same thing as if it was from another perspective. I love it. I don't know. There's something about the time travel thing. I would love to see a video game that does it really well. Listen here, shithead. But anyway, I think that's the thing I like the most. And I think that's why the time travel ones are really funny, or really good. It's always cool when it's done right. Yeah. We have no evidence. Listen to this shithead. It's directly to my left. It just threw something in front of us. No UV. No EMF. Thought you had spirit box. What? No, that wasn't real. It was a blur. Yeah, I could check for freezing again. We've tried, but I mean, shit, it's worth a shot, right? Let's go get a smudge. Let's try again. Been a while since you checked. It's been a little bit. We were struggling to find a good spot. So let's try again. Might be here now. I was supposed to watch ES. Things like Interstellar nailed it. Yeah. So good. The attention to detail. Like, I feel like the way that the best way, oh man, it would be so hard. But I feel like the best way that you could do it in a movie would be if you knew you were going to do that, so you filmed from another angle while also filming at the main angle to capture two things at the exact same time. I don't know what use that would be for, but I feel like that'd be so freaking cool. All right. We are going to get hunted probably. Are you following me? Okay, my temps are not going down anywhere. That'd be so difficult. Well, yeah. Yeah, both. I mean, if you're filming both at the same time, that means that both have to be done correctly at the same time. Like basically a one-off, like a one take. Bro, what the fuck? Also by Christopher Nolan. Oh, no, I haven't. I'll have to check it out. What in the Dickens? No, thank you. Piece of shit. No, there's no writing. We don't have anything. What the fuck? Dude, what the fuck is going on? I'm freaking out, man. Sound like, oh yeah, the whole nine. Everything. Okay. Shut up. We're gonna go get another smudge. We're gonna watch it. We're gonna watch it around the table. Holy frickin' vey. Forgot what I voted on. Dude, I forget what I voted on. I don't even know if I voted or not. Oh my. Time-based warfare. Ghosty's excited. Well, Ghost is a butthole. Let's get up, butt up. Alright, let's go. Go hide in the van. Never! Do we have any evidence? No. Hello? Smudged. $243.35. Okay. I got nothing, man. I got nothing. So I can sped up. It did. It did. 100%. 100%. Where are you? Okay, are you here? Where are you? Are you near? Where are you? Hey, are you here? Just curious. Motherfucker said, right here. 60 over, thank you. Jesus Christ. Gonna hunt on. That's okay. That's fine. Asking for a friend. Oh, you. Sorry, Hot Pocket's done. Might be orbs. I tried looking for orbs. I don't want any. Stop. No. Stop. No. Fuck off. Not spared. We still don't have the evidence, by the way. Stop. Speaking of near electronics, no. Doesn't appear to be that way. It's like, it feels like we're... Honestly, you know what it feels like right now? It feels like the ghost is following us around. That's what it feels like. Banshee dots? Maybe. Caviar, what's up, friend? What's up, JK? I mean, even though the light's on, we can still see the dots if they show up. You're guessing me, Hantu? No. No shot. Nope. Nope. Too normal. Yeah, parabolic is what I'll grab if we go, when we go back in. You're thinking of Moroi? Don't do this to me. Please don't do this to me. Milky Way, thank you for the 15 months. Hello, friend. You bitch. Hyper. I'm thinking it's a ghost. There's a whisper. If it hunts on top of me and I can't hear it. It's awfully vocal. It's a demon. Get out of here. Did Will Wheaton whisper for you? Will Wheaton gonna whisper? Okay, bought me some time. Just do it. Do it. Do it, you bag of balls. Do it. Shit. This motherfucker just played the guitar. Did you do that? Wonderwall. Ghosty listened. That's good. That was really good timing. Night, Null. Give me this. Run. Give me. Give me. Thank you, Dig. What a pain in the ass ghost, man. That was weird. No, I don't think it's a myling. No. Guessing a Ure. Does it sound slower? No, it sounds normal. No, it definitely sounds normal. Question is the ghost actually right there? I thought that was, yeah, I was about to say, I think that's an event. Mimic? I would have orbs and another piece of evidence. If it's a mimic. Well, if it's a mare, I'm going to have spirit box orbs or writing. Use the distance? No, this is a normal ghost. This is 100% a normal ghost. And it turned on a light switch, so it can't be a mare. No, it's like, it's... Dude, this ghost is all over the place. Jesus. What's up, Pickle? Dude, I got nothing, man. I got nothing. Ghost is a slacker? No, it's an a-hole. I think I just heard a window knock next to me. We're basically treating this like a no evidence run at this point. Salt test. It already went through the salt. It already went through. Pick the stinkiest ghost and leave. Man, I'm like dedicated to it now. It's like figuring out what it is. It's probably gonna blow those out, and that's okay. Stalking Banshee. I mean, Goryo. We thought possibly a Goryo, but we were not really sure because we stared and waited and waited and waited, and it never showed. Maybe it's in that back room. Keeps talking to you. Could be. Absolutely could be. It's setting off the motion sensors right now. It legit just blew out that light in front of our face hole. Okay. So. I think it's to my left. I've got to run. Stuck on a piano bench. Hey, how are you? Do I have breath back here? I don't appear to. Good day. Listen, now it's to my right. Sounds the living room. Sounds like it's in the living room. Hi, Song. Time for me to head off. Catch y'all later. See you later, Inu. How long's the game been going on? While. See, the easy thing to do is to give up. Not about that. Ain't about that life. I ain't about that life. I think Ghosty's here. All right, we're gonna let that drop on its own. I hate that. Fairly certain that's not real. Never goes down without a fight. Was that only 30 seconds between hunts? Ghost can hunt 25 seconds in between. Demon can hunt 20. I hear it over there. Piece of pig shit. Look at... I'm so fucking confused. Dude, the ghost is literally everywhere, but not with me. Listen, it's over there now. What is going on? I want to see the stats. I want to see the room changes. What's funny is that, remember when we had that Banshee on Nightmare and it never changed rooms for like 30 minutes? Then there's this. Gonna say broken? Dude, maybe. Done. What do we have here? I wish to trap the ghost. I wonder if it won't hunt for 60 seconds now. You know what I mean? What the fuck? The temps are going up here. Dude, what the fuck? What? Well, there's a smudge here. Oh, shit. It's in the living room. No, it's not. Smudge and see how long it takes to hunt. We did that last time. If I smudge because I want to buy time. Bought us. Well, that's fine. All right. So Ghosty was trapped. Where's our EMF? Right here. It's being roamy. Yeah. But if you've noticed, like, it's roamy, but it's not roaming to us. What's up, SR? Like insanity with cursed. Me too. Now it's over there. So we're still trying to find the piece of evidence that it's hiding. Or not hiding. The one piece it's going to give us. Since the prediction started, that's how long we've been trying to figure it out. Gory with video camera dots. It could be. We tried looking earlier, but maybe it wasn't showing us earlier. Maybe it'll do it now. Could be. But if you've noticed, we haven't even had a room that's been below. You son of a bitch. I'm gonna try this. If we die, we die. Let's try it again. If you die, at least it's over. This is facts. Say, it absolutely could be a Goryo. 100% could be. But we did this last time and it did not show up. So maybe this time it will. With how much it's roaming. Also, that's actually very true. I mean, it can't be a Goryo. Well, shit. If it actually changed rooms, which we don't know if it officially did or not, because we never could land the room. Goryo can roam. Yeah. And if it's busted right now, if it's just not working the way it should. I hear you, dickhead. Ghosty's over here throwing stuff. No, we don't have dots. It's not giving us freezing. We haven't seen orbs yet. Goryos aren't real. That would explain why we haven't gotten it yet. Don't need you. You could be useful. Might just have to run back to the high space again. No UV? No. No. The issue is that it keeps just changing. But now it's in the living room. What switch did you hit? Might have been the living room lamp. You should do it where we can have a poll if you'll guess the ghost right, so it makes the chat more interactive, enjoy the stream more. What? Yeah, there's literally a prediction going on right now for what ghost we think it's going to be. Okay. All right, Ghosty, if you keep coming back to here. Yum. Look, still not below. Look at that. I couldn't tell if it was a 5. It like almost looked like it was, but I couldn't tell. I couldn't tell. Ghost is a mega troll, dude. Was that a 5? Because I thought I saw a 4. I thought I saw a 4. We do this. Okay, let's up our chances then. This should be good. Through the bug. Got any evidence? Nope. Just try to turn the TV on. Dude, what a troll. Okay. More than likely not. God, I sure hope it's not. We looped this jerkhole, right? I don't think it's throwing enough. Pretty sure hunt timer is fine. No writing. It's not going to provide us writing. Same. Give it another one. There you go. Nope, can't be a mare. You're right. Nope. Why no demon? Pretty sure the hunt timer. Any sort of shade? Well, let's see what a shade is supposed to give us. EMF writing and freezing. Maybe freezing is just borked. I mean, that's my guess right now for the evidence that we should be getting. That's my guess. Onryo? No. I don't think so. But I could check, though, because I don't know if the lantern was lit when it hunted. Maybe it blew him out, and then it hunted. 100% could have been what it did. Prestige, 10. Well, it didn't insta-hunt after. I mean, it did its normal hunt. This is dangerous. honestly more annoying than anything. We'll keep our lighter lit as another firelight. Hey, turn the power on. So Hantus can't do that, by the way. Can lighters run out? Yes. How nice of it. Okay, so what is an Onryo freaking hiding from us? Spirit box orbs are freezing. Watch it be spirit box, dude. Where is the spirit box? What'd I do with it? Where are you? Are you here? Where are you? There's my breath. I finally see my breath. Freezing. I want to know how many room changes we have. How many times did we go back and forth to check temps and it never went down low enough? Did they make a change and we didn't know? Did they make a change and we didn't know? Has it been nerfed and we were unaware? Why is it an Onryo? Because it wasn't hunting when we had the lanterns lit. We were well within hunting range and the timer has already gone off to where the ghost could have hunted and it did not. And we had fire lit. I want to know how many rooms. Almost an hour. 7. It changed rooms 7 times. Ghost is a bully. It is a bully. I think you're right. Oh my God. Does anyone need to take a break? Go take a break. Do what you got to do, man. That's more than 7, but okay. But you know what we didn't do? I didn't give up. That's what I don't. I'm sorry. I typically do not do that unless we have like other shit we got to do. No. We stick around. We figure it out. Oh my God. And I thought high school was the only walking sim. Oh, no. That was like working retail. And like you're done all your duties and then you have to refold the same shirt over and over again. Thank you, Break of Daylight. That's probably the best face for it. Yep. And song, thanks, Kinetic. Yep. Oh shit. Yep, there it is. That's better. Man, it's nice being able to see those emotes at that size. All right. Well, it was not a spirit. It was not a spirit. Oh, we're good, Mr. Rafa. I appreciate you. All right. We will divvy out your kerns. Waiting for the next challenge. Oh, I'm waiting for the next update. Yeah. So the update happens on... I have the update on Monday. Relax. Enjoy a jelly bean. All right. There's good ones over here. The update, I get the update on Monday. So on Monday, I'll be playing that, and I don't want to prestige and have tier 1 stuff. I don't want to do it. There you go. That Onryo took my coins and my dignity. What a piece of trash. No, the update, it's a manual thing. It's not like when it's not like midnight happens and then boom, you have an update. No, they actually manually push it. So they do it like usually depending, I'm trying to think when it normally is for my time. Normally my time, it's like, is it early in the morning on my time usually? What's up, Zachary? Do you know what time you'll get the update? I should have it at 6 in the morning on Monday. So I'll be live at 6 in the morning. Thinking 10 or 11 EST. I think you're right, Rise. That sounds right. That does sound right. Yeah. So Tuesday, 10, 11 Eastern sounds right. But keep an eye on their Discord. Keep an eye on the Phasmophobia Discord, and they'll let you know. I'll post it in mine, too. Yeah. Excited for it, dude? I'm excited to check out the new map, man. The new map, there's going to be a lot of changes coming. It's all sorts of stuff, dude. All right, let's go to another one. We're not done. 6 a.m. your time. It's early. Yeah. Okay. To the next ghosty. What are we going to get? Oh, look, a spirit. Redemption time. I wonder if the odds are going to go up. I wonder. Thank you, Mayor. Reroll, F that. Nope. No. 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 You get your spirit. No. You take it and you like it. Bad chingus. Ready for them to I'm not ready for them to fix the tier 1 thermite. No, if that's going to happen in this update, I'm not ready for it either, man. Trust me, when the update happens, we are going to go through every last bit of it and we will talk about all of it. Because I think that input is extremely helpful and necessary. Because hopefully they hear it and they know. Yeah. Oh, man, it's like they're going to go to sleep. Have a good night. Thank you, Sam. Appreciate you guys. All right, what have we not done? We haven't done Bleezy. Let's go to Bleezy Street. Can't survive with any other thermometer. Ah, they just stink, dude. They're just not fun. They're just not fun.
All right, we're here. Take a look at the equipment and prepare accordingly. Starting the investigation.
Get this, get this.
Reports of light switching.
Light switching?
Harmless, but be careful out there.
Yeah, that's what they all say. Okay. What are we looking like, friends? What are we looking like? What do we have? 92% are saying no. 92%. 8% are saying yes. Ooh, so close. Come on, believers. You're so close. Come on, believers. Yeah, there we go. All right, you can stop now. That's enough. That's enough. No more believing. You're not allowed to believe anymore. You can stop. Actually, you know what? You can believe just... Okay, wow. Who did it? Who did it? Who's the piece of shit? All right. 91% do not think it's going to be a spirit. 9% do. Let's find out. Another Goryo. Shut your butt. You shut your butt. All right. What is a spirit again? EMF, spirit box, writing. Okay. It's Hyper. It's me. I'm the piece of shit. You know what? You're honest. I'll give you that. You're all in. Let's go. Bone. Also, through the wall. You. Hey, Sour Skittles. What's up, dude? Ghosty. Are you doing things in here? Hi, Cherry. That's rad. Love that. Ooh, we have the Waluigi. Hammer time. Brush. Saw. Paint cans. Paint cans. What else do I have? I'll drop that here. Put that over there. This. This. I guess we could stack, couldn't we? Yeah, that'll be easier. That'll work. Oh, thanks. I was freezing. You're welcome. You are very welcome. What's up, Ruthless? We have a Waluigi. That's right. I'm very curious if we have a... I don't know. I don't know if we have a polter or not. I thought I heard stuff getting thrown. I don't know, though. I'm usually the problem. Song, it was just giving me issues, dude. And I think it has to do with studio. Like what I use to stream over there. I think it's just giving me issues. I gotta figure it out. Yeah, it's being a jerk. It's being a real douche. Thought I heard Pulte. I heard stuff. I just don't know if it was technically a Pulte bomb though. That's why I stack stuff. Stuff still in place? It is. Let's go turn these on. We don't want to do it. Okay. No Orbeez? Okay. Where are you? Are you near? Where are you? Let's make sure it's actually here. Because even though it's throwing shit here, that doesn't mean it's here. We might have been tricked. And it might actually be over here. Oh, look, the light's on. Hey, Sunshine. Oh, look, I see my breath. We'll leave those on for now. It's fine. Nobody's home? I don't know. Give me that. Give me that. There's our breath. Dude, you better chill your shit. Where are you? Are you near? It should still work even though this light is on. Technically. Temps are going up here. I think it's roaming. Yeah, it's over here. Temps are going down, but it's not freezing. Where are you? Are you near? Are you far? Where are you? No. Nilch. Not. What's work? I don't know. Pineapple pizza, yes or no? I always say it's not something I prefer, but I'll eat it. Ew. Listen, if it's in front of me, I'll still eat it. I just don't prefer it. Get you. Yeah. I'm not going to go out of the way to buy it. But if someone's like, hey, you want this? It's free. Sure. go killing me. Here, I'll put this here. Seems perfect. That's your favorite? Is it really? Fucking farted right on me. Do you have a P.O. box yet? No. No, I'm still very undecided if I want one. Oh, it enjoyed my pedestal. Oh, that was weird. How can I send you chocolate and coffee? Listen, I'll figure it out, okay? I'll figure it out. What do we have for Pizza Friday? We had Papa John. Ooh. Ooh. It's still there. I don't know. We're looking for a spirit. My eyeball's gonna fall out of my head. We're looking for a spirit. And it still might be a spirit. Imagine. Imagine, dude. Imagine. Okay. Maybe what we do is we get it to hunt so we can hear it. Ask your eye not to hurt. I'll try it. Cheese pizza with nacho cheese dip. Nacho cheese dip? Ew. That doesn't sound good. Paul again? No. I'm hungry now. I think I have some leftovers. You can't have them, but I can. Frank? But not the who I died too much. Mob, you might want to check the Discord, dude. Oh, what am I doing? I know what it is. It's the goddamn board. Yes. Yes. Yes, I'm just forgetting things and stuff. I'm new here. Friday brain. Yep. I have a lot of excuses. Friday, my dad. I just work here. See? I have a laundry list of excuses I can use. We got distracted with food. Right. Somebody told me they dipped their pizza in nacho cheese. I was freaking out, man. Gas station pizza. I've had it. When I used to do utility work, when I was either a fire alarm tech or an electrician, sometimes, you know, you just gotta get what you can get, man. Gotta get what you can get. All right. Is it? Oh, Thay is on the board. Shit. How old are you? Goodbye. 63. I think I might just lower my sanity enough and not break the board. Where's the bone? Goodbye. We know where it is. Queso's awesome on anything. I don't know about anything, but I do love queso. Just like a good classic, like white queso. That's good stuff. That's good. They're only a few years away from retiring. Yeah, you just have to be 97. That sounds pretty normal, folks. For now, sounds pretty normal. Oh, hi, Dockerton. Hello, my friend. Hey. Oh. Nobody wants to play with me. imagine if this is a spirit. That'd be so rad. How's Flash today? Flash is good. How's Doc? How's family, Mr. Doc? How's everything going? Guys. Guys. Make sure that you're following this amazing angel-voiced pro Phasmo hunter. Breath Boys? Breath Boys will be back. The Breath Boys will be back. Cheddar Cheese! Oh, speaking of cheese, thank you for the 9 months! Sorry, the ghosty walked away from us. Hey, zombie, how are you? I'm good. Seems smiling to me. It's up. Freaking out, man. I can't see shit. Oh, this is where we are. Thought I heard someone talking about cheese? Yeah, that's us. Don't do it. Don't you. I think I scared Flash with the nacho cheese. Listen. Doc, have you ever heard of anybody dipping their pizza in nacho cheese? Oh, listen, we love cheese too. My daughter is a cheese fanatic. That's Goop. All right, I need you not to come back here though. Like, you're allowed back here once, but then you need to F off, okay? Okay, now F off. Thank you for effing off. Okay. We have a timer set. I was starting to look at the time that I saw someone said timer set, so I'm trusting. Okay. I'm gonna go run and grab another smudge or two. Hey, what's up, Flash? Put Parmesan cheese on my cheese. Listen, I like Parmesan. Dude, some sprinkled cheese? Oh, hell yeah, man. Sprinkled cheese. There's nothing wrong with some sprinkled cheese. Mm-hmm. Doc doesn't like bananas, though, or PB&J. I mean, it's not that big of a deal. I know people that don't like bananas. PB&J might just be like, you know, someone hurt him with a PB&J when he was a kid. Maybe it's like a really... Bro, you just did that legit. Okay, shit. It's in here. Uh-oh, stinky. Does this cover the room? For the most part. Yeah, it's good enough. What's our timer looking like? Over 90? It's not a spirit, is it? Uh-oh, stinky. I had to double smudge that mother effer. That is not how you F off. My God. No, it's funny, like the banana and PBJ conversation. Like, I've talked about this before, but like one of my old bosses, she relentlessly would eat Cheez-Its and Pringles. Cheez-Its, Pringles, and PB&Js. All the time. Like, that's it. Literally, that was it. And it just was so... It got so bad. It just got really, really bad. No, not together, you weirdo. Hi, Ballistic. So, like... So now I really dislike eating Cheez-Its. I very rarely eat PB&J. You're not taking Pringles away from me though. That's my favorite chip. And if you think you're gonna steal that from me, you can F right off. F right off. What the? Do a stream just dedicated to these foods? Listen, that's all anyone ever does is dedicate their streams to food. I still eat SpaghettiOs at work on occasion. Nothing wrong with that. Nothing wrong with that. Well, now there's like the Cheez-Its thing at Taco Bell. No shot I'll be trying that. All right. Pulte, Mare, Shade, Myling. Did it turn on a light switch? I don't remember. Do you remember? Pepperidge Farm members. Gotta take out a loan to eat a Taco Bell anymore? Yeah, that's facts. It's $1 million. How you gonna let someone take PB&J away? Dude, I don't know. They just did. It did? Did in the kitchen. Okay. Thank you, Lynn. So Pulte, Shade, or Myling? Just came to see how the party was jumping. You know. Just hanging with ghosties, asking questions. Cheez-It Crunchwrap was not that great. Good. I think it's a shade. It's me, Jessica. I'm in here. Do I have my flashlight in the house? Is there a flashlight in this house? I do. It's in the kitchen. Look, now it's by the office. Had the Fiesta Bowl. Kind of good. You want to go Taco Bell? I love that kid. You want to go Taco Bell? You want to go Taco Bell? Riley, maybe. It's really hard to tell. Nacho fry. Dude, JP, are you like 5? Why is every meal that you have to be some weird kind? Dipping chips in ketchup, putting the fries on the Mexican pizza? What is wrong with you? Those fries are so good. The Mexican pizza is so good. You have to eat them separately. They are so good. You don't mix them together. Are you crazy? You have to try it. No, I love the fries by themselves. Honestly, the fries are probably one of the best fries. The Taco Bell fries, when they're like fresh, they're up there. They're top 5 easily for me. No, it's not a Myling. I heard those footies and I had no blinky blink. I sure hope it doesn't come over here. Is it throwing enough to be a Pulte? I don't think so, man. This might be a shade. This might be a shade. Sin, thank you for the tier 1. Oh, JP, shut up. Listen. There are absolutely certain foods I get that are going to be like, that are going to be better certain ways. I know people that I have a friend that I worked with that put fries on her salad. Like, it's just, they've tried it. They love it. They do it. It's their thing. I get it. I'm making fun. I'm kidding. No. Yes. She did. The Cantina chicken quesadilla is pretty, it is really good. I've had it. It seems counterproductive. You know, maybe you like forgive yourself. Maybe that's your way of eating fries, but you're like, but because they're on the salad, I'm filling myself and I don't feel bad about it. Maybe? Gains. I've never had it. Do you prefer Nightmare over Insanity? I do. It balances the fries out. Yeah, exactly. Thank you. Uh-oh. On an Aussie sauce. What? Sausage on bread with barbecue or tomato sauce? No Chick-fil-A sauce? That sounds pretty good. All of it's okay. Stop freaking out. Maybe we do this. Oh, this is so dangerous. Jesus Christ. Is it upstairs now? Next time I get fries from McDonald's, I'm shoving some lettuce in there. My man. Okay. Making a little Pulte line here. Cannot eat KFC ever since I was pregnant 17 years ago. Only ate KFC chicken ball. Oh, that's fair. I understand. It's really funny. The one food that sticks out to me from when my wife was pregnant, and she would agree 1,000,000%. I don't know if you guys have Sheets near you. It's basically, if you guys don't know what Sheets is, it's gas station food. But really, really good gas station food. Like really, really good. The chili dogs at Sheets. It's on Matt, dude. The chili dogs at Sheets. She craved them. You're not a Pulte. That's a shade. Them chili dogs be the best chili. She loves chili dogs, and Sheets, listen, they look awful. They look atrocious. They look absolutely disgusting, but she loves them so much, and they're cheap. They don't cost a lot. So we had one that was really close to our house that I legit could walk to. So she would get her baby craving of that. That's really the only thing she ever craved. And then she would just look at me and I'd be like, all right, I'll be back. And then I'd walk to Sheets and I'd get 2 chili dogs and get myself a pretzel and we move on. Chili burger? I don't know if I've ever had a chili burger before. Oh, how did we cross off Spirit? The hunt timer. So Ghosty hunted below 3 minutes. So that's why it can't be a spirit. The smudge timer for the spirit, after 3 minutes, it can hunt, but it hunted under that. It also hunted above 90. So that's why it was a normal speed. So I was watching what it was just doing hunting because we're between shade and Pulte, and it was not throwing stuff like a Pulte, so we're going shade. Backed out of the room and it hunted. That's probably a good chance of it. Watch it be a loud miling, dude. There's a chance. We're gonna go shade. We're gonna go shade. We could do legit tests of like going into the room, seeing if it throws objects while we're in the room, but we're gonna go for it. And it was a really shitty poltergeist. Well, never mind. You did see it throwing objects, right? And it threw it like a foot away, maybe. Still not a spirit. I feel like this one, I feel like Pulte's, I've had a few of those that were like this. I'm so rich. We did, you know, at the beginning, we did hear what we thought to be a Pulte bomb. And that might have been it. That might have been what it was. But we weren't sure. Yeah. Rats. Well. They took it. They took it. 91% said no. Enjoy the extra points. Heard multiple items getting thrown. Well, there was just, it did one single Pulte bomb. What is a Pulte bomb? We call it a Pulte bomb. A Pulte ability is when it throws more than one object at a time. Hyper, thank you for gifting to Shade. Thank you, dude. Yo, what's up, Slappy? Welcome in. Oh, man. Well, you know, guys, we tried. It just wasn't in the cards. Had a Pulte in Tanglewood that would not give me evidence. I only figured it out when I threw one of, dude, we had a what you call it in frickin' Ridgeview. Such a pain in the ass. Glitchy butt ghost. A glitchy butt ghost. That might have been the last one, Guinea. That might have been the last one, friend. It is midnight for me. Somebody said, what are we doing Monday? So, the idea Monday is I'm going to start extremely early. We're talking like 6 a.m. if not sooner. Sounds like a great idea for a new emote, a glitchy butt. Phas update. That's right. Hyper, thank you for gifting to Neon. Olive's so excited. Look, she's showing Doc's face. Had a Pulte throwing a cutting board at my face. There you go. Hey, Tashi. So Monday, we still have another stream. I mean, I have Sunday stream until we have Sunday stream before Monday stream. So I have my normal Sunday stream. But then on Monday we're streaming. I have off work that day, so it's going to be like 6 a.m. my time. Going to be in bed because I work nights. That end of the week, I got you, Hyper. Look, see much gigantic. You can only read it because of how gigantic its gigantic size is. 6 a.m. my time, yeah. 4 a.m. for you, maybe. But I'll be streaming all morning. So trust me, you have a lot of time. And I'll also, there's a good chance that I'll be streaming on Tuesday too. I'll probably be doing it during the day for a bit. Not a lot, because I don't normally stream on Tuesdays, but I'll probably do it for a little bit in the middle of the day, like a short one. Yeah. Ham, thank you for the follow. Oliver, appreciate you. Thank you. Dreadstone, hi, friend. Oh my God. Dreadstone, how did you enjoy that game, friend? How did you enjoy that game that you were playing that I already forget the name of? Tomorrow's Killer Clowns. Yes. Oh, that's right. So technically tomorrow I'm streaming, or I'm going to try to. Panicore, yes. I had some people telling me I should try that, but I also had some people telling me, hey, wait to try that. Good night, hero. What's up, Toxic? So I didn't know if I should go like full send, go for it, or if I should wait. Never laughed so hard, dude. It was so funny. The game picks up your microphone and then the ghost can like hear you and chase you down. Where are you? East Coast. East Coast, United States. All right, let me look at my DMs real fast. So, yes, I did song. Yeah, I just did. Literally just did. Tomorrow, my hope is that, or today, whatever, technically, my hope is that I would be able to stream the Killer Clown games. Yeah. Song, thank you for the gigantic emote as well. My goal would be to stream the games. I'm really hoping I can. I probably will. So that's going to start, I believe, at 2 my time. 2 p.m. EST. Thank you, Olive. Oh, shut up, song. So 2 p.m. my time, Killer Clowns, Midnight Society. Oh, we're going to be doing all private match. So there's what? There's 7 survivors and 3 clowns. So it's going to be a full game of friendos. So it's going to be a blast. I've only played it like twice. I'm going to be a fresh noob still, but then you have people like Chinggis who are not. It's going to be funny. It's going to be a blast. I'm excited. Olive's never played it. I'm excited for that too. It's going to be interesting. You might want to try to play a round or two before we jump in together. What time? 2 p.m. Eastern Standard. 2 p.m. Eastern Standard. And then on Sunday, we are not playing Phas, at least to begin with. The hope is that on Sunday that we'll be playing Murky Divers. Murky Divers is like the Lethal Company style game that's underwater. So I'm playing with Tater. Confirmed Tater. Confirmed Olive. And then we'll see what's happening for the rest. Or the last spot. But yes. So they will be playing with me on Sunday, and it's going to be awesome. Watching the videos helped a lot. Oh, Goth Queen, that's awesome. That game seems super fun. Doc, what are you doing Sunday? Not to like put you on the spot or anything. I'm just saying, you know. It does seem super fun. It does seem fun. I've been wanting to try it, so we're going to do that on Sunday. So Killer Clowns tomorrow, Murky Divers on Sunday, new Phasmo update on Monday. It'll publicly be out on Tuesday. So this short spell of a time here. What got my normal stream? What time? 1 o'clock. Playing with chat would be a good idea. A viewer stream? We do those occasionally. Are you still doing the weekly on Monday or another day? Shade, that's a really good question. If I can, I'm going to do it on Monday. Like Monday night, if I can. So I'll stream Monday during the day, for the update, and then hopefully Monday night I'll still have my normal stream too. So it should be a lot of streaming that day. Unfortunately, I already have a date. No worries, Mr. Doc. No worries at all, my dude. No worries at all. I know I put you on the spot. I know. Absolutely, dude. Yeah, we'll figure it out. There's so many games. There's so many games between the Murky Divers, the Panicore that Dread was talking about. There's that Chain Together game, whatever, that I want to try. The rest of us get the Phasmo update on Tuesday. Yes, it goes public on Tuesday, but the Kinetic partners get it on Monday. It looks so funny. I want to try it. I really want to try it. I don't know if it's going to be a this upcoming week kind of thing. I don't know for sure, because with the Phasmo update, we might be doing that like crazy. Very chaotic 10 out of 10. Oh man, I want to get a group together for that. I'm definitely going to be reaching out to some people for that one. That looks so good. It looks so good, dude. Probably can't be in the morning. All good. Pico Park. No, I mean it's like a 3D version, but with like, you know, people. It's like Pico Park meets Only Up. That might be the best way to put it. Maybe, possibly, probably. Uncertainly. I'm not sure. But worse. Saw Ninja and it was very entertaining. I saw a couple clips of Ninja doing it. I did see a couple clips of Ninja playing. I haven't heard of Chain Together. Check it out. Yeah, it's not like a horror game or anything, but it's you and 3 other players potentially that are literally chained together, and you have to make it across an obstacle course. But more chaotic in 3D. Right. Right. Boo-doo, boo-doo. Boo-doo, boo-doo, boo. Okay. All right, friends. I think it's time for us to raid. Time for us to raid. Do not forget, 2 p.m. Eastern Standard. Killer Clowns. I'm almost certainly going to be streaming it. If I'm not streaming it, I will make sure to point you in the direction of who is. Okay? But it is going to be a blast. It is going to be good. Gonna be good. Like a more friendly version of getting over it. I don't know if I'd say more friendly, because I saw some people raging. I saw some people raging with that game. Why the follow age get deleted? Because it gets auto deleted by Stream Elements, because it's a really it's a very spammy thing for chat, so I just basically get it removed. Heard it described as friendship ending game. That sounds right. That sounds right. All right, so let's go. Been subbed for 4 years? You mean been following for 4 years? Following? Got you. Got you. I appreciate it, dude. Well, it's freaking good to see you. The chat history is pretty funny. Thank you, Splash. Stream's about to end. Yeah. Yeah, 'tis about to end. All right, friends. If you are not subbed, there's a raid command for you. If you are subbed, there's one for you. Creepy little tier 3s, that's for you. I'm eventually going to get that automated so I don't have to manually do it every time. Oh, thank you, Small Bear. I appreciate you guys. Guys, if you're not already in the Discord is there. The rest is also there. My latest YouTube video is up. Post to it pretty damn regularly. I appreciate you guys. Thank y'all for chilling. Thank you for the love and the support. Thank you for the follows. Thank you for the subs. Thank you for the raids and the hangouts. Dread, when do you stream again? Oh, and we missed ads, which is awesome. Freaking great. So one more time, guys. Hopefully at 2 o'clock, I'll be streaming again. But I'll ping the Discord. I'll make sure to ping the Discord if I go live again. Sunday? Hell yeah. Hell yeah. I should be chilling. I should be able to come hang for a bit. Alchemy, thank you for the follow. Appreciate you, dude. Yeah, I've still got to figure out the daily sub thing, what we're going to do, if that is a thing. If it, I don't know. I don't know. We'll have to talk about it. Oop, I missed it. Way to go, 4Gs. Wow, dude. Shame him right now. Shame him. Okay, don't do it. I was kidding. All right. God damn, guys. I was kidding. Ginger Snap, I appreciate you. 4Gs, I hope you've been good, friend. Hope you've been good, friend. Oh my God. Shame. For shame. Do we need a shame emote? Shame. All right. We are going to go say hi. We're going to go say hi to Tired Pamster. Tired Pamster is playing Phasmophobia right now. And Tired Pamster is doing the all difficulty challenge. The one that Tom kind of birthed from a couple other people's challenges. But Tom is the first one that I know of that started doing the perfect game all difficulty challenge. We completed it. It's up on YouTube. I think I might have been the first person to complete it that I know of. Yeah. We need that emote. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Don't forget. I mean, don't be afraid to remind me in Discord. Don't be afraid to remind me in Discord. But yeah, Tired Pamster's awesome. Super fun streamer is holding a voodoo doll in their PNG tuber right now. But one more time, guys, if you are not subbed, that's a raid command for you if you so choose. And there's one if you are. Song, appreciate you. Phoenix, appreciate you, homie. Mare, appreciate you. Olive. But you guys are amazing. I will be live, hopefully, at 2 p.m. for some Killer Clowns, where you can hopefully see some friendships get stronger, not get torn apart via scary-ass clowns. I can tell you this right now. If we go against Chinggis, he's sweaty. We have to take him down first. I love him. He's my brother. We will tear him apart. Anyway, bye, friends. Miss you.